Ben and Nina, good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, everyone, good luck. Yes.
Okay, good morning, delegates. My name is Ben Hamp. I am half Burmese, half Australian, and I live in Singapore.
Yes, and good morning, everyone. I am Ngô Ngọc Nghe, but you can simply call me Nina, and I am a Vietnamese. And today I am honored to be the MC for the 6th AFMAM 2020, together with Ben.
Thank you, Nina. Before we get our official proceedings started today, we're going to have a warm-up session. So maybe just to set the mood, I'd like to share why ASEAN is important to me. I believe it has created a peaceful region for us to live in, work, and play. Nina, why is ASEAN important to you?
Well, I think that ASEAN means a lot to me because it is a huge part of my identity. It is this community that allows us to develop and encourage us to create positive changes in order to make this region and this world a better place. And that is to say, I am always proud of being a citizen of ASEAN, and I honestly appreciate this opportunity where I could be here with all of you today. Therefore, let's be ready for the opening ceremony. But before we start, we have some housekeeping matters to get through. First of all, please rename yourselves in the Zoom application according to your role or your organization. So you can follow this format: your council, your country, your position, and then your full name. So for example, I am an MC and my name is Nina Ngo, so I rename myself MC Nina Ngo. It's just that simple. And please also don't forget to turn on your videos during the events.
Thank you, Nina. Also, delegates, don't forget that the 6th AFMAM 2020 Social Media Challenge is happening right now. So please post your activities on your social media accounts, especially Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. And don't forget to mention @ASEAN Foundation and hashtag AFMAM 2020 so that we can actually track your posts. The more posts you do, the better your chance of winning. So get busy, guys.
Well, as you all know, we're going to have the ASEAN Culture Night this Sunday. Therefore, to make sure that we will have the best night ever, please remember to deliver your pre-recorded video for the ASEAN Culture Night by 5th September 2020 at 23:59 Jakarta time at the latest.
Thank you, Nina. And now, right before we start our official speeches, we're going to have a game, a Menti game. So a slide is going to come up with a website, www.menti.com, and there's a code up there as well. If you can enter that code, it's 8938810. So we'll just give you a few moments to log on to that Menti game site. This is just a fun little game to get us warmed up. So it's just 6 questions, general ASEAN questions about movies and traveling and food. So you'll have 30 seconds to answer each question, and the faster you answer them, the more points you'll get. But it's just a fun game. So let's get started shortly as soon as our game comes up onto our screen. Yeah. And we'll just probably give you a couple more moments so that you can log on. Well, we've got some exciting questions coming up. I think there's one about movies, which I'm quite keen to see the responses to. Okay, but first, we're going to have our first question, and Nina is going to start off for us.
Yes, let's get started with the quiz. So please remember to answer fast to get the most point. And it will be a multiple choice question. And the question is, which ASEAN countries that are in the world's top 10 fishing producers? So let's see, what is it? We're waiting for you, players. Yes, ASEAN countries are in the world's top 10 fishing producers. Select the answer that you think is correct. You have 20 seconds left before we review the answer.
Do you have any fun facts
Yes.
about fishing that you might want to share, Nina?
I might want to share after we review the answer, after our players choose their correct answer. 3 minutes left, 2, 1, and thumbs up, everyone. So it seems like we weren't sure on this one, right? But the answer is Indonesia, Vietnam, and Philippines. So the fun fact is that ASEAN countries accounted for a quarter of global fish production, and as of 2016, there were not only 3 but 4 ASEAN countries in the world's top 10 largest fish producers, that are Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, and the Philippines. Yeah. So
Well done, delegates.
Yeah, that is the answer. So should we move on to the next question?
Sure, let's move on to our next question. Did you know that 20% of all known species live deep in our mountains, jungles, rivers, lakes, and seas? But how much of the total surface of the globe does the ASEAN region occupy? All right, delegates, that's the question, so please go ahead and answer. And we can't speak too much about this without giving away the answer.
You have 20 seconds left. And the answer coming.
I think anyone's guess is as good as mine.
Let's see how much you know about the world's total surface that the ASEAN region occupy.
Our region also contains 7 of the world's 25 recognized biodiversity hotspots. Did you know that, Nina?
Yes, I actually know that, because it is the fun fact that we would like to share to all of you. And yeah, you go, we have the answer. So it seems like we weren't sure on this one as well, but the answer is 3% of the world's total surface, right?
And good job,
cool.
Siwat Bunmi. There we go, for the high score there on the leaderboard.
Well done, delegates. And we will move on to the next question. So this question is about ASEAN countries that have been the setting for many movies. So which ones do you know of? And be careful, choose only the correct combination.
I'm pretty sure I saw you in Crazy Rich Asians, Nina.
Oh, I thought that it was supposed to be you, because Ben, you live in Singapore, isn't it?
Oh, you got me there.
Yeah. Ben, Crazy Rich Asians. Wow, the answers are coming in.
Yeah, it looks like Crazy Rich Asians is pretty familiar to all of our delegates.
Yes. It was so famous. It is still famous.
A game-changing movie, I must say, from last year.
Yeah, it's true. Well, so the players, choose your answers. And
I don't think anyone can get this one wrong.
Yes, that's true. So in this list, there are 5 movies that have been the setting for that have the setting in ASEAN region. That is Crazy Rich Asians, Eat, Pray, Love, Tomb Raider, Police Story 3, and Anna and the King. So I guess you all right with your answer when most of you choose Crazy Rich Asians. And yeah, it looks like a lot of people love that movie.
Well, Siwat Bunmi is very fast on the keyboard, it looks like.
It's like Bunmi is becoming a winner.
All right, now for our next question. So let's see. What is ASEAN's motto? Here's a good one. Let's see. One ring to rule them all. That one sounds pretty familiar. I wonder if it's that.
Yeah, it's familiar to me as well.
Or did I hear that from a movie, maybe? Perhaps.
I-
How about
Yeah.
the ASEAN Way? That also sounds fairly familiar. But do you think it's a
No.
motto? No.
I think
no.
one man, one God.
Oh, those were that.
Does
Oh,
that
that's
make sense to
definitely
you?
music lyrics. Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
One
it's just a
vision, one
lyric
identity,
from the song.
one community. Excellent.
Yeah.
Very good. Looks like almost everyone got that one. Fantastic.
Yeah. And do you want to review them that now where did the One Ring to rule them all come from?
That would have been the
sounds
Lord
really
of the
familiar.
Rings.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Cool.
Yes. Very good movie.
Yeah.
It takes more than a day to watch them all, though.
But yeah, it's very like it sounds very familiar to the ASEAN's motto, but it's like our player chose the correct answer.
Well done again, Siwat Bunmi. And over to you,
Yes.
Nina, for
The next
question
question.
4.
Yes. Question number 4. Here we go. So remember to answer fast. So in the beginning, how many ASEAN member states were there? So remember these questions about how many ASEAN member states in the beginning.
So what do you think, Nina? Who are the first 5 founding member states of ASEAN?
I would like to give some hint. I would say one of them is Singapore.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. Do you think Vietnam was in that first 5, which is where you're from?
No, absolutely not. Well, and it seems like
well, the correct answer, of course,
yeah,
would
the
have been
correct answer. We have 5 founding ASEAN members, which are Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand.
Yes, excellent.
There
Thank you,
go.
Nina. And here's the last question for the day. Half of the population in ASEAN is under what age? Oh, and there are options.
The answers are coming. What do you think, Ben?
Well, they look like nice round numbers. Of course, we know the answer because we've got the answers in front of us.
That's why we cannot reveal them.
So I could tell you what I thought, but then I would be giving away the answer.
It's like our players
looks
all
like 35 is popular.
Their answers, yeah.
As an answer.
So the correct one is?
That looks like we have the correct answer identified as 30 years old. Taken as a single entity, ASEAN represents the world's 3rd largest market after China and India, and the world's 3rd largest labor force with 630 million people, or 9% of the world's population. Half of ASEAN's population is under 30 years old. So there we have it. That's the end of our mentee games. Thank you all to our delegates for taking part. And we'll just give a few moments for us to come back to the screen. And I will pass over to you now, Nina, to get our official proceedings started.
Yes, thank you very much, Ben. And now, ladies and gentlemen, shall we start the opening ceremony? So, a very warm welcome to the permanent representative of Socialist Republic of Vietnam to ASEAN, His Excellency Trần Đức Bình. Ambassador of Norway to ASEAN, His Excellency Morten Høgland. Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the ASEAN Social Cultural Community, His Excellency Kung Phật. Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundation, Dr. Yang Mi-ing. The 6th AFMAM 2020 delegates, team advisors, and distinguished guests. The 6th AFMAM 2020 has commenced, and we sincerely thank you all for joining us. As the COVID-19 pandemic has affected our ASEAN vision in ways we couldn't have imagined before, this year, the 6th AFMAM 2020 is conducted virtually. So let's all celebrate with the very first virtual ASEAN Foundation Model ASEAN meeting.
Feel free to use the applause button at the bottom of your Zoom to enter into the very first virtual ASEAN Foundation Model ASEAN meeting. Now, since 2015, this wonderful initiative has reached out to well over 2,000 students, teachers, and university faculty members across ASEAN countries and even beyond to Australia, China, and New Zealand. This year will be the second year where AFMAM implements the ASEAN +1 experience, represented in 2020 by Australia. The program provides an avenue for you to discuss the most pressing and important issues in your region while exploring possible solutions. The AFMAM promotes ASEAN awareness, builds a youthful and vibrant ASEAN community, and trains the future leaders of ASEAN, that's you, my delegates, to have a hands-on experience and better understanding of ASEAN affairs. When you step out from this experience, you will have enhanced your skills in negotiation, public speaking, and diplomacy.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, please, if we may now have your attention for the ASEAN anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, each year, AFMAM adopts the priorities of ASEAN Chair, and this year's Chair Vietnam has established a theme of cohesive and responsive ASEAN. And in response, the 6th AFMAM 2020 will focus on the role of ASEAN youth in promoting networking and cooperation to build a clean and green ASEAN community through the sustainable use of natural resources and protection of the environment. Several topics will be discussed by the delegates, including wildlife trafficking, deforestation, pandemic control, and marine plastic pollution.
Following today's opening remarks and speeches, we will enjoy a short break before we experience two talk shows. The first talk show will be about ASEAN youth-led diplomacy, and the second about marine plastic pollution, pressing matters for our new normal that we're facing today. These talk shows will be open to the public via the ASEAN Foundation's YouTube channel. But before we begin, may I please remind our delegates that during the speeches, we need to mute our microphones. And now I'm very, very pleased to welcome to the screen our first speech for the day to be delivered by Dr. Yang Mi Eng, the Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundation. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Yang to the screen.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. It's an honor to be here this morning. Let me just start with addressing our VIPs. His Excellency Kung Fok, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the ASEAN Social Cultural Community. His Excellency Ambassador Tran Du Bing, Chair of the Committee of Permanent Representative to ASEAN and Permanent Representative of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam to ASEAN, His Excellency Ambassador Morten Hogland, Ambassador of Norway to ASEAN, distinguished guests, ASEAN youth, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the 6th ASEAN Foundation Model ASEAN Meeting 2020. First and foremost, allow me to say what an honor it is for me to be here today, representing the ASEAN Foundation and offering you our warmest welcomes. I hope that you already enjoy this morning's trivia and quiz. I actually have fun with the gamifications. So well done, team. So first of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the ASEAN Secretariat, the National Youth Council of Singapore, the Global Citizen Education Group, Manging Incorporate and ASEANO, the ASEAN-Norwegian Cooperation Project led by the Norwegian Institute for Water Research and the Center for Southeast Asian Studies, Indonesia, for graciously supporting this event. A special appreciation also goes to our local partners, Vietnam National Model ASEAN Meeting and Vietnam Journalist Training Center. Your contributions has been absolutely invaluable, as it is undoubtedly encapsulates the theme of Vietnam's 2020 ASEAN Chairmanship, Cohesive and Responsive ASEAN. While setting the precedent for this year's AFMAM teams, which is the role of ASEAN youth in promoting networking and cooperation to build a clean and green ASEAN community through sustainable use of natural resources and protections of the environment. On the same note, I would also like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to all the delegates. In reviewing your applications, while your brilliant intellect, academic achievements, and acute social and cultural awareness were admirable, it is your passion, enthusiasm, and commitment to the development of the ASEAN community, as well as the protection of the region's ecosystem wellness that stood out to me the most. I highly appreciate the time and effort you have put into this program, and I hope for the next few days, we will all both rewarding and enriching experience for all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, the degradation of environment, along with these unprecedented challenges and unforeseeable consequences, has increasingly become one of the most pressing issues in the region. I strongly believe that the 6th ASEAN Foundation ASEAN Model ASEAN Meeting 2020 will be the perfect platform for ASEAN youth to engage in an open and forward discussion of how ASEAN as a whole can tackle this issue. The ASEAN Foundation Model ASEAN Meeting is a very special program for all of us. Established in 2015 as one of the flagship initiatives that aims to help students further their knowledge of ASEAN through interactive simulation. The program has emerged as one of the leading international youth discussion platforms in the region, boasting an impressive track record of receiving thousands, more than 7,000 applications, welcoming 600 participants, facilitating several implementations of local and national MOMs in Cambodia, Indonesia, Myanmar, the Philippines, and Vietnam, and increasing the ASEAN awareness among the youth of ASEAN dialogue partners. Through this program, the delegates will not only get to deepen their understanding of ASEAN agenda and mechanism, they also strengthen their public speaking, debating, and negotiation skills, but also actively, seriously brainstorm innovative solutions and policies that have the capacity to truly address the issues facing by the ASEAN community. More importantly, AFMAM is a place where you can build friendships that extend across all ASEAN, thereby paving way for the pursuit of world's common visions of peace, security, and prosperity. In the era of ever-increasing globalizations and cultural intersection, it is crucial that you, our future generation, are well equipped to continue the mission of developing and preserving the ASEAN identity. while we are simultaneously showcasing our countries, our regions' beauties and wonders to the rest of the world. This lesson rings even more true in the face of COVID-19 pandemic 2020. This year, ASEAN Foundation model ASEAN meeting is quite unique on its own way. Being the very first virtually held conference ever, instead of taking place in Hanoi, Vietnam, as originally outlined. Nevertheless, it warms my heart to see all of you gathering here today, each with undeniable expression of excitement and eagerness on your face. Although physically apart, we are all spiritually bound in our aims to build a clean and green ASEAN community. And while this situation is not what we have in mind at the start of the program, the ASEAN Foundation vows to uphold its promise of delivering the best possible AFMAM experience to our delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, before I end this speech, I would like to leave you with some food of thought. As you navigate through the next 4 days of workshop, please keep in mind that we are living in a new era, new world, new normal. And therefore, it is precisely our flexibility and adaptability that will help us pull through such a challenging time. The fact that we all gather here today is the perfect testament to the inner strength, perseverance, and determination we all possess. Just like the 2020 ASEAN mantra, cohesive and responsive ASEAN, it is only through solidarity, unity, and cooperation can we manage to circumvent the seemingly unsurmountable obstacles ahead of us. To conclude, I wish that our next 4 days, you will discover that you have entered a lively, diverse, and warm community that embraces all the different opinions, out-of-the-box thinking, and creativity. Ultimately, I hope you will carry all the lessons you learn and the friendship you build in the next 4 days with you for the rest of your life. Have fun and enjoy this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yang Miying. And now, please join me in welcoming the Chair of the Committee of Permanent Representatives to ASEAN and Permanent Representative of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam to ASEAN, His Excellency Ambassador Trần Đức Bình, to give his remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, His Excellency Kung Phok, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN, His Excellency Morten Auckland, Ambassador of Norway to ASEAN, Dr. Yang Mi-yang, Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundation, distinguished guests, youth, very good morning to all of you. It is my great pleasure to be here today to join Executive Director Yang in welcoming you to the 6th ASEAN Foundation Model ASEAN Meeting 2020. I would like at the outset to offer my warmest congratulations to those selected delegates from the 10 ASEAN member states to this event. And also warmest congratulations to the ASEAN Foundation and Executive Director Yang and her team for organizing this very meaningful event. I'm sure you've gone through the stages of this program, and you've come to this stage, and I'm sure you will, and you have possessed such brilliant and inquisitive mind, impressive awareness of the ongoing cultural, social, economic, and geopolitical issues, as well as underlying desire to support and strengthen the common ASEAN identity. I'm also very happy to see that this program, since 2015, has grown and has achieved a lot in such a short time. And this ASEAN Foundation Model ASEAN meeting has not only brought thousands of students and members, faculty members across Southeast Asia over the years together, but also reached dozens more youths from China, Australia, and New Zealand, thereby effectively promoting the ASEAN presence and image in the eyes of our partners. This program, as mentioned by Director Yang, has greatly enhanced the capacity of the students in various aspects of public life and in your daily work in future as well. Those are negotiations, public speaking, and diplomatic skills, while simultaneously help you to foster better awareness of ASEAN through interactive simulation, open dialogues, and local level model ASEAN meeting activities. Myself, very inspired by what you have achieved and what you will do in the future following this program. As also you know that this year, 2020, is the year when Vietnam takes the chairmanship of ASEAN. And under the theme of cohesive and responsive ASEAN, I'd like to explain that the theme corresponds to the desire to enhance solidarity, collaboration, integration, and at the same time, promoting ASEAN awareness, identity. And responsive refers to the significance of ASEAN's proactiveness and sensitivity in dealing with the challenges that we face. And no less important that we acknowledge the difficulties that COVID-19 has posed to all our countries, to the lives of our people, and individually, each and every one of you. As such, the theme of this model ASEAN meeting is very timely and appropriate. It is the role of ASEAN youth in promoting networking and cooperation to build a clean and green ASEAN community through sustainable use of natural resources and protection of the environment. I believe that you, through this program, will have the perfect opportunity to sharpen your skills and enrich your knowledge of the particular matter, but also exchange and come up with practical solutions and policies that have the potential to make real impact on the lives of our people. And as a person working in the ASEAN affairs for a long time, I count upon your suggestions and recommendations and also solutions, so that we in the government, people in the government, can take up and make that into reality. So we count on your thinking, your solution, and your recommendation. And in this, despite the difficulty posed by COVID-19, I'm very happy that we all can come together via this virtual platform. And through this, I'm sure that you will still be able to interact, communicate, and share, and together build a community of ASEAN and enhance ASEAN's visibility in the world and strengthen our partnership with countries such as China, Australia, New Zealand, and you know, even Norway in the far, the far land in Europe. So with that, I'm very happy to see that 96 of you from different nationalities and educational and cultural backgrounds have been together, and we wish you the very best of the next 4 days of interaction deliberation and discussion. And I look forward to your ideas and recommendations so that we can build together a stronger, more integrated, more cohesive, and more responsive ASEAN community. So with that, I wish you all the best and enjoy your time. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Ambassador Trần Đức Bình. And now please welcome to the screen His Excellency Ambassador Morten Høgland, Ambassador of Norway to ASEAN, to deliver his remarks.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed an honor for me to address this model ASEAN meeting today. It would have been great to see all of you in person, but perhaps another time. The topic you have for today, a clean and green ASEAN community, I believe is extremely relevant for not only the future of ASEAN, but for all of us. And it links perfectly with the priorities for the chairmanship of Vietnam. In a few years, you will be in positions that will decide the future of your community, city, country, or ASEAN. What you will learn and discuss in this meeting is something you can use actively, either in your professional life or through voluntary activities. To achieve a clean and green ASEAN community, we all need to start looking at the way we live and organize our societies today. Critical questions must be asked and sometimes tough decisions made. There is in general a lot of positive attitude towards sustainable solutions and green thinking. The obstacles and issues we have to deal with is very often lack of resources, lack of knowledge, and a conservative mindset. Because change, any change, is always difficult, and it's often easier to continue the same way as we always done. We see this in many areas. Norway is currently supporting a project on energy and climate change in ASEAN with the ASEAN Center for Energy. This project is looking at how the energy policy in all ASEAN member states is working to achieve the commitments for CO2 reduction in the Paris Climate Agreement. The issue is often that existing regulation and policies are made for old technologies and solutions. So in many areas, including energy, there's a lot of innovation and technological progress. But in policy regulation, we do not keep up with all the changes, and this slows down reform. So in moving forward, we need to make sure that governments and cities do not stand in the way of green solutions. And a good starting question for all of us is to see if regulation is neutral, meaning it should not favor one technology or solution more than others. Unfortunately, today we often see that clean technology is facing extra hurdles. This is, of course, not only an ASEAN problem. All of us, all countries, have more or less the same inherited structure. So your job is to ask the tough questions to the decision makers and the people in charge. And I trust that when you are in charge, you will lead us in change for the better. In ASEAN, there's a lot of activities on smart cities and innovative solutions. And this is a very positive way of making sure that new and green solutions are introduced and that knowledge is shared across cities. And with the speed of urbanization, we need to act fast. Another issue where Norway is partnering with ASEAN is on marine littering and clean oceans and waterways. And I know that this is something you will look deeper into later today. 2 years ago, the ASEAN leaders made a strong statement on this issue in Bangkok. And we are excited to work so closely with the countries in the region. Most of us have been near a river, lake, or beach the last few years, and we have experienced firsthand the littering which is taking place. more than 11 million tons of plastic ends up in the ocean every year. That is around 19 kilo per meter coastline per year. And this is expected to double the next 20 years. So yes, we must continue to clean our coastline and make it livable. But unless we change fundamentally the way we use single-use plastic, we are not going to be able to fix this problem. Single-use plastic is one of the worst forms of marine littering, as most of it uses more than 400 years before it dissolves. And microplastic is often eaten by fish, and it becomes part of our food chain. So marine littering is not only a waste issue, it's a health issue. The ongoing pandemic is troubling for so many reasons, including all the extra waste produced by face masks and other protective equipment. So we need to step up and make sure that we handle waste properly and that we seek to find alternatives to many of the plastic products which are used today. Across ASEAN, we see a lot of action taking place from youth, civil society, business, and governments. And we can all play our part. Consumer behavior must change, industry regulation must be redesigned, and we must start treating waste in a sustainable manner. I have been living in Indonesia, and that's been quite exciting. And some of my best memories is meeting students and activists who deeply cares about their communities and the environment. And they come up very often with new ways of dealing with garbage, sometimes turning it into something of value. And then they start to drive change, explaining to neighbors, shop owners, and village leaders that ongoing waste policy is not working. Often they meet initial resistance, but with positive attitude and working solutions, I have seen how they can change bad habits and transform kampungs or small cities. I trust that this event will inspire you, and I want to thank the ASEAN Foundation for their continuous work and activities in building ASEAN unity and giving the youth of ASEAN a voice and a better understanding of the issues facing us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Your Excellency Ambassador Morten Hugland, especially highlighting some of the important themes about the environment that our delegates will be looking into today. If I may just remind our delegates, if you happen to have dropped out during the Zoom session at all and you've come back in, to ensure that you've renamed yourself in the Zoom chat. Yes, so, especially seeing as though we will be going into a session later where you'll be speaking on the Zoom main room. And now, please, it is my very great pleasure to welcome to the screen His Excellency Kang Fock, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community. Please join me in welcoming him to the screen.
Thank you very much. His Excellency Tran Duc Binh, Permanent Representative of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam to ASEAN, His Excellency Morten Hugland, Ambassador of Norway to ASEAN, Dr. Yang Mi-eng, Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundations, delegates of the 6th ASEAN Foundation Model ASEAN meetings. A very good morning. I'm pleased to address you here virtually at the opening sessions of the 6th ASEAN Foundation Model ASEAN meetings. Reflecting on the themes of this year's ASEAN Foundation Model ASEAN meeting, allow me to consider three important questions. Firstly, how are ASEAN youth coping with and reacting to the disruption brought about by the COVID-19? Secondly, how have ASEAN youth been involved in promoting the sustainable use of natural resources and protecting the environment? And finally, in concrete terms, what can you as an AFMAM delegate do to help mitigate the impacts of COVID-19 and build a clean and green ASEAN community? How can you contribute toward ASEAN community building? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring you back to my first question: how are ASEAN youth coping with and reacting to the disruption brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. Given how it has profoundly affected almost every aspects of our lives, the COVID-19 pandemic will have deep and long-lasting implications for the young people of ASEAN. It is an indisputable reality that the COVID-19 crisis has dramatically altered learning environments and the workplace. As we speak, there are mass numbers of youth not in employment, education, or training. The shutdown of schools, universities, technical and vocational training institutions has greatly affected learning continuities and skill development. In the ASEAN regions alone, estimate place more than 152 million children and youth having been impacted. The World Economic Forum recent ASEAN Youth Survey 2020 investigated how young people in the region are coping with the disruptions triggered by the pandemic. With remote learning and work from home arrangement becoming more commonplace, COVID-19 has compelled ASEAN youth to increase their use of digital tools and technologies, learn new skills, nurture a growth mindset, develop resilient and innovate new business strategies to generate incomes. However, the survey also found that there are segments of young people that are at risk of being left behind, particularly those who have little to no access to digital tools and internet, young workers in the gig economies, and young entrepreneurs. Going forward, efforts to expand digital access, promote digital skills, and provide funding support will be essential to enabling all ASEAN youth to embrace the new normal. I'm also excited to share with you that ASEAN Secretariat, in collaboration with the ASEAN Foundation, the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, and the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity is organizing a 4-part webinar series on ASEAN youth and COVID-19. It is very inspiring to learn about the experience and insights of youth speakers who have been contributing to the community during the crisis. These young innovators and change makers come from diverse backgrounds, from volunteers to medical workers, social entrepreneurs, and biodiversity and nature conservation champions. The first and second webinars with the themes of ASEAN youth at the forefront of COVID-19 response and ASEAN Youth and Advice on Resilience in Adversity were organized in July and August, respectively. The third and final episode of the webinar series will be held later in September 2020 and will focus on the themes of youth in the new normal, skills and the future of work, and youth in building back better. I also like to share with you that 2 months ago, 20 young leaders from across ASEAN Member States met virtually with ASEAN leaders at the sideline the 36th ASEAN Summit. Vibrant and dynamic youth leader delivered the ASEAN Youth Statement 2020, which pledges their collective commitment to build strong networks, actively engage in volunteering work, promote entrepreneurships, and develop essential skills to adapt in the fourth industrial revolutions. Both the webinars on youth and COVID-19 and the interface with ASEAN leaders demonstrate the youth's potentials in contributing toward community development. In their capacity as youth leaders, volunteers, medical frontliners, implementers of social welfare projects, initiators of groundbreaking enterprises, as well as social innovators. Our young people play a central role as catalysts in driving social progress, economic growth, and environmental sustainability, ultimately contributing toward achieving the ASEAN Community Vision 2025 and the Sustainable Development Goals. In the face of an evolving pandemic, ASEAN youth are defined by their strong passion, creativity, resilience, and adaptabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, now I bring you back to my second question. How have ASEAN youth been involved in promoting the sustainable use of natural resources and protecting the environment? Climate change is no doubt one of the most serious challenges of our time. Realizing how climate change heightened the frequency and intensity of natural disasters, ASEAN leaders adopted the ASEAN Declarations on the adoption of the ASEAN Youth in Climate Action and Disaster Resilience Day during the 33rd ASEAN Summit in November 2018. The declaration commits to strengthen youth participation in climate change adaptations and mitigation and disaster risk reduction. It also designates the 25th of November as ASEAN Youth in Climate Action and Disaster Resilience Days. On this day each year, ASEAN encourages ASEAN member states to conduct activities and provide platforms for participation among ASEAN youth to promote climate change consciousness. Engaging youth in building a clean and green ASEAN community is high on ASEAN agenda. ASEAN recognizes the youth's important role in promoting the sustainable use of natural resources and environmental protection in the region. Recently, the first ASEAN Youth Eco Champions Award ceremony was successfully conducted to recognize proactive youth who made outstanding contributions in protecting the environment at the commemoration of the 2019 ASEAN Environment Day in Cambodia. This event also serves as a platform to pay tribute to ASEAN schools that have effectively instilled environmental awareness to students and community through the third ASEAN Eco Schools Award presentation ceremony. In order to strengthen capacities and build network of ASEAN youth in the environmental sector, ASEAN has regularly organized the ASEAN Youth Environment Forums in 2007 to promote awareness and enhance the participation of youth in environmental protection efforts. The forums highlighted various key environmental issues to increase knowledge and awareness among youth, including issues related to climate change, waste management, and marine ecosystem protections. My final question, concretely, what can you as an AFMAM delegate do to help mitigate the impacts of COVID-19 and build a clean and green ASEAN community? How can you contribute toward ASEAN community building? ASEAN Youth Minister have agreed to prioritize two key areas in the next 5 years. Firstly, to prepare young people to become future ready. And secondly, to provide platform for young people to participate in policy dialogues. This is precisely because our region decision makers firmly believe that it is important for ASEAN youth to be empowered to face an ever-changing world and to be involved in the shaping of policies that affect them. If young people like yourself are to contribute to rebuilding post-COVID-19 societies and economies, to promoting a clean and green ASEAN, and to laying the foundation for a strong ASEAN community, you would need to have the skills to adapt to future disruptions and evolving realities. Whilst foundational literacy and technical skills are of course important, digital and 21st century skills such as critical thinking, problem solving, communication, teamwork are the skills of the futures. More importantly, shaping the future you want and deserve also entails taking an active part in decision-making processes that impacts your life. This will mean taking advantage of available opportunities to engage with the region's leaders and voice your opinion. The ASEAN youth sector ensures that platforms will be made increasingly available for young people like you to participate in regional policy discourse. Core 21st century skills that you will hone through AFMAM, such as negotiation, public speaking, and diplomacies are the tools that you will need to effectively engage in these processes. 34% of our population consists of young people like yourself, aged between 15 to 35 years old, with the majority of millennials and Generation Z being social media savvy and digital native, expressing ideas and setting up new networks to become agent of change should not be unfamiliar to you. ASEAN is a region that celebrates youth and their vibrant optimism. The ASEAN Community Vision 2025 underscores the role of young people in achieving a peaceful, stable, and resilient ASEAN. Essential to this vision is our desire to assure that the future leader and caretaker of ASEAN are equipped with essential skills and upholding common values that will bring peace, prosperity, and sustainable socio-economic growth into the regions and the world. ASEAN and its partners have been implementing various initiatives to foster connectivities and the values of shared prosperity among young people. The ASEAN youth sector, as well as other sectoral bodies, have been encouraging youth participation and engagement in meaningful community building activities across our region. We empower our youth to build lasting friendship, be engaged in conversation around development issues, and help decision makers identify innovative solutions to societal and environmental problems we are facing today. ASEAN commitment to build an enabling ecosystem for the youth to contribute to community development becomes even stronger amidst these challenging times. Dear youth delegate, diplomacy has been the vehicle of many transformations in the world, including in the area of environmental conservation. Speech and diplomacies are essential tools in advocating for more sustainable socio-economic growth toward a greener ASEAN communities. Therefore, I congratulate you for being able to take part in this model ASEAN meetings. Please keep in mind that this is indeed a great opportunity for you to develop skills in diplomacy from the experts and learn how to persuade decision makers through strategic thinkings and communications. Amongst the 5 priorities of the ASEAN Work Plans on Youth 2019-2020 is to strengthen ASEAN youth involvement and participation in building an ASEAN community through leadership programs. I certainly hope that the experience you will gain from the AFMAM will inspire you to take the lead and collaborate with each other in building a regional community that is sustainable, inclusive, dynamic, resilient, and most important of all, benefits the people of ASEAN. Linking back to the themes of this event, ASEAN youth will have a pivotal role to play in responsibly managing our environment and leading the way toward resilient and sustainable development. So please make the most of your time throughout the AFMAM and find ways to build back better toward a clean and green ASEAN community. Finally, allow me to congratulate the ASEAN Foundation for your success in bringing together youth from across ASEAN and enabling them to develop knowledge, skills, and gain hands-on experience in ASEAN community building processes. It is my hope that the 6th ASEAN Foundation Model ASEAN meeting today would empower our youth delegate with the tool to strive and achieve a cohesive and responsive ASEAN community. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Khun Phat, for delivering the keynote speech. And we will now introduce the heads of government from the 6th AFMAM 2020 to deliver their remarks as 2 minutes each. Now, please welcome to the screen, Difa Fazani, representing the Socialist Republic of Vietnam.
Thank you. Honorable Excellencies, fellow citizens of the ASEAN community. First and foremost, allow me as the head of government of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam an honor to welcome such remarkable individuals in this opportunity of the ASEAN Foundation Model ASEAN meeting. To be entrusted as a chairman of the ASEAN this year, Vietnam bears the objective to cultivate our initiatives to undertake issues, as we have learned that the world has been through a lot of struggles in the past, the present, and even we are certainly exposed with the abundance of uncertainties in the future. This region has also faced increasingly nuanced threats emanating from the surge of the rising contemporary challenges. As portrayed, ladies and gentlemen, the grand vision of ASEAN in 2020 brings the value of cohesive and responsive. By this, we aim that ASEAN shall adapt and react effectively to foster solutions for contemporary issues, such as but not limited to the climate change, and advance better management of waste, that with the aim that ASEAN community will become more resilient. I believe that ASEAN will be able to provide excellent development through the quality of education, economic growth, and equitable opportunities for all. Despite the occurring condition that we encounter, I believe that the spirit of cooperation and collective synergy, we can join hands in supporting and building the ASEAN community of solidarity, resilience, and prosperity. I am strongly confident that the spirits of collaboration today will remain to establish and implement our collective goals to contribute to the development and innovation of our region in any given condition. Furthermore, we envision to manifest the principles of ASEAN to work in one vision to realize our identity as a community. Thank you.
Thank you, Difa Fazani. May I please now welcome to the screen Dana C, representing Brunei Darussalam.
Your Excellencies, fellow leaders of ASEAN member states, senior officials to ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The year of 2020 has proven that despite a long-standing system and a fine-tuned framework, there are and ceaselessly will be innumerable data and system gaps that call for incessant proactivity and initiative from the international community. In the previous year, the ASEAN highlighted advancing partnership for sustainability, reflecting the importance of bolstering cooperative relations in the name of working towards development and stability. This supported the vision at a time wherein the relevance of globalism and interdependence was in question. Moving forward, the community, now more than ever, displays the exact importance of the concepts featured from the last year. More evident specifically at a time of a global pandemic. As we battle through numerous crises of not only health, but of economic, environmental, cultural, societal, security, and stability concerns as well. Acknowledging the outbreak of such detrimental turbulences, Brunei Darussalam humbly would like to put to attention the country's immediate and effective response of capacity building and strengthen control over the ongoing pandemic, from comprehensive health and welfare programs to economic stimulus and private sector support. Showing responsiveness, not limited only to the pandemic, Brunei has also shown great action-based commitment through progressive policies in forestry, domestic enforcement over proliferating wildlife trafficking, and cooperation with other ASEAN member states through ratification of treaties addressing marine plastic pollution. As such, Brunei has put forth an example that as we reintegrate the role of partnership in order to achieve peace, prosperity, and stability, we must also realign our roles with cohesiveness and responsiveness to effectively act in the face of unprecedented adversities. With cohesiveness by acting systematically in unity and collective effort, and responsiveness by initiative and proactively molding the consensus towards decisive action for sustainable development. Let this vision remain not only a vision, but let it manifest into a mission. A mission for us to reinvigorate the ASEAN way with application of previous visions and both the cohesiveness and responsiveness needed to help us rise above and beyond even the most paramount of obstinacies and shape a better national and international landscape for all our peoples. Thank you, and once again, good morning.
Thank you, Dana C. Now please welcome to the screen, Rabita Madina, representing Kingdom of Cambodia.
Your Excellencies, committees, and other fellow delegates, I am very pleased to be given the chance to meet all of you here today and to do this ASEAN model meeting with all of you from different countries. Also, thank you to the delegation for Vietnam for doing extra work on chairing this year's ASEAN Summit. I'd like to deliver my best wishes to my fellow head of governments and their respective delegates. As we all know, the issues that we're going to discuss in the next 4 days are issues of a serious concern that ASEAN leaders encounter on a day-to-day basis. So I hope that our discussion will truly represent our national interest, but still keeping regional cooperation as our top priority. As we also know, I hope to create better ties with other ASEAN member states that we have been maintaining for decades, be it in terms of security, economic, and even people-to-people relationship. The issues that we are going to discuss in the next 4 days are certainly not novel issues, not new issues, but we have been encountering the same issues for years. And with high hopes, the outcome of this ASEAN Summit would be a breakthrough solutions towards national and international issues that we've been trying to tackle. I represent Cambodia, and my fellow delegates and I are really looking forward to engage with all of you in our discussion to discuss issues of regional and international importance. And I really hope that the event is going to go well. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabita Mandida. Now, please welcome to the screen Kan Lin Bok, representing the Republic of Indonesia.
Distinguished guests and fellow delegations of the ASEAN community. On behalf of the Indonesian delegation, first, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation for all your coming to the meeting this morning. I also want to thank all the people in the organizing team for the event. Thank you so much for all your time, your support during these own difficulties. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing the outstanding environmental issues and improving the sustainable use of natural resources are becoming important and urgent matters, especially to the ASEAN community. Every economy's potential is its resources, and the environment is the foundation where that potential grows on. These two matters go hand in hand and remain one of the world's top priorities. We are a community that mainly consists of still developing countries, to whom the loss of natural resources means a longer and harder road to a higher and more balanced quality for life. For the world, these truths are warnings, but for ASEAN members, they are dire signals that it's high time we acted. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, 2020, has been turned upside down by the spread of COVID-19 pandemic, and our ASEAN is profoundly affected. Schools have been closed, travel is still restricted. Health crisis has discouraged economic development in our member states. This tricky event has forced us as national leaders to take urgent actions to guarantee the stability for our citizens. However, also through this difficulty, we have become more familiar with online platforms, which are a vital channel of information sharing. The new technology trends, namely big data and analytics, the cloud, the industrial Internet of Things have opened up unprecedented opportunity for cooperation, networking, and information sharing. The goal for us now is to develop models that are applicable for ASEAN members to activate the role of youth in connecting and protecting the role of ASEAN. Since its first day, ASEAN has successfully fostered the relationship not only between member states, but also between us and the world. It's time we stood together again for one vision, one identity, and one community. Life has changed, and we have to adapt, to connect virtually, and to act practically. Once again, good morning, and thank you for your presence.
Thank you, Khánh Vĩnh Bộ. And now please welcome to the screen, Sivat Bunmi, representing the Lao People's Democratic Republic.
Your Excellencies and respected delegates, Sabaidi. It is a great honor to be the head of government of Laos People's Democratic Republic and be a part of this year's 6th ASEAN Foundation Model ASEAN meeting. We would like first to express my gratitude towards Vietnam for hosting 2020 ASEAN meeting. As the current situation stands, our meeting is held virtually with us talking to screens instead of shaking hands. In the hard times of the COVID-19 outbreak, we need to look on the glass half full, not half empty. Cohesive and responsive. It is the definition of the elements that each nation must take into account in tackling the issues of the 21st century. Our objectives are to establish the economic diversity and social development based on good terms with the principle of state equality, non-interference, and mutual respects. Through Laos' foreign policy and ASEAN multilateral diplomacy, the challenges raised by AEC, APSC, ASCC, and the ASEAN +1 Committee can be controlled with the vision of commitment in an alliance that will benefit ASEAN as a whole. In wildlife trafficking and deforestation, we need to strengthen the social and economical region action, which will improve and try to raise awareness on the matter. On the vision for pandemic control and marine plastic pollution, we encourage the collaboration between neighboring governments and nullify the causes or the consequences of the problems that should not have existed. To progress forward, as with the motto in mind, we need to fuse together in conjunction. We acknowledge that Lao PDR is a committed nation with no desire to manipulate any nations to act according to our objectives and agenda. Instead, we want to assert ourselves as a medium in the negotiations and discussion in the issues which are crucial not only for us, but for the community as a whole. As Henry Ford once said, coming together is a beginning, staying together is progress, and working together is success. In such times of trauma and disjoint, Lao PDR delegation hopes that each nation will be on the same page and help all to move forward while being sustainable in our developments.
Thank you, Siwat Bunmi. I would like to now welcome to the screen Bradley Smahon, representing Malaysia.
Very good morning to everyone. On behalf of the Malaysian delegation, we are honored to be a part of the ASEAN meeting today. for the next few days. And we're absolutely delighted to attend this conference with so many like-minded youths who have a passion for regional and world affairs. I speak for the Malaysian delegation when I say that we're committed to finding common ground on many of the issues that will be discussed in this conference and developing workable, intelligent solutions that stress cooperation with each other. One of the issues that are close to my heart and that is a central focus of this meeting is the idea of sustainability. Marine plastic pollution, deforestation, wildlife trafficking, and of course, the more pressing issue right now of pandemic control. These are some of the issues that we'll be debating and trying to come to a consensus over. It's interesting because these are the issues that define our time as part of this generation, and how we respond to this will set the tone with regard to how important these issues will be in the future. Malaysia is dedicated to the welfare of ASEAN, and we are thankful to be able to add value with the rest of everyone here. It dawned upon me that we're living in some unprecedented times. Against the backdrop of this meeting, the global pandemic rages on in different parts of the world, and as well as the ASEAN region. US-China trade relations continue to deteriorate, and the prospect of the presidential elections in the USA looms in the distance. All these factors will have an impact on ASEAN. I'm gathering here today, and over the course of the next few days, we have an avenue to shape the future of this region. How we maneuver together will be determined from this meeting, and this is a powerful moment for all of us. On behalf of the Malaysian delegation, once again, I and the rest of the Malaysian delegation are very proud to be a part of everyone here today, and we look forward to the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the speech, Bradley Small. And now, please join me to welcome Harris Hendrik, representing the Republic of the Union of Myanmar.
Very good morning to all the delegates of the 6th ASEAN Foundation Model ASEAN Meeting 2020. It's such an honor for me to deliver my speech on behalf of the Union of Myanmar. Three things come to mind when I think of ASEAN: one vision, one identity, and one community. I define as collaborations. As one community, I firmly believe that we are facing the same problems, especially by this time we are hit by the pandemic. But I also believe in the power of collaborations, because I believe that collaborations as a medium of us to think, articulate, and receive the crystal clear of our clarity about our competences. Because I believe one hats are better than one, and we are better to work together. And ASEAN is symbolizing the core value of collaboration. This year, we're gonna talk about the role of ASEAN youth in promoting networking and cooperations to build clean and green ASEAN community through the use of natural resources and the protections of the environment. By reading this theme, it's crystal clear that we have to work hand in hand. And I believe that this is the way that Myanmar is ready to work and collaborate with all the delegates of the ASEAN today. And the last is, I also call the youth from all over the ASEAN, because youth is the symbol of the progressive and growth of ASEAN. Youth is at forefront of innovation and challenge, and many of us have all the limitless potential to do wonders. The question is, are we ready? Thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you.
Thank you, Harris. Now, please welcome to the screen Era Jamal, representing the Republic of the Philippines.
Your Excellencies, my fellow Asian members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to begin my speech by expressing my appreciation to the government of Vietnam for chairing the summit, despite the challenges of COVID-19 pandemic. That great effort will not go unnoticed. It is truly an honor for the Republic of the Philippines to be able to join this meeting virtually on this year's ASEAN Summit. The summit meeting is set virtually, yet ASEAN member will stay committed to pursuing our aims at the betterment of our countries with the theme of cohesive and responsive amid to the current global pandemic volatilities. The World Health Organization has declared the COVID-19 outbreak as a global pandemic on March 11, 2020, in which since to the world and people's life has been affected greatly as the ruthless pandemic quickly spread throughout countries, continents, and the whole world. ASEAN is no exception to this. Due to the pandemic, our countries have decided on community countermeasure against by imposing movement restrictions and or lockdown in certain regions. The vulnerable sector of the country is the most affected as they depend mostly on the tourism industry as their informal or daily wage work. To live up to our thematic ASEAN focus, cohesive and responsive, ASEAN as an open community and a partner for sustainable peace and development of the international community. We will work together with our dialogue partners as we are all committed to economic liberalization and integration, and in concluding the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP. The COVID-19 pandemic has taken a toll on the people of ASEAN, economically, mentally, and emotionally. Our vision as a single community will not tolerate the disruption of this great relationship. ASEAN members who have been with us for the past 5 decades, together we will face the adversity together. It is time for us to show to the international community of the world of what we are capable of. My dear colleagues, my government and I are looking forward to contributing to achieving our vision on a cohesive and responsive ASEAN, which shall be our compass in creating better strategy policies and implementations for our survival and the greater good. In the spirit of ASEAN Summit 2020, I look forward in having great discussions with our ASEAN member states. Thank you.
Thank you, Era Jamal, for your speech. Now, please welcome to the screen, Abdurrahman Afat Ifdal, representing the Republic of Singapore.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, the Republic of Singapore wishes its deepest gratitude to all ASEAN colleagues that are present here today, and most importantly, all ASEAN member states for successfully organizing this year's ASEAN meeting. Singapore is also expressing its highest appreciation to Vietnam's chairmanship in this year's meeting. Your support and help are of the most important aspect for today's success. For the next couple of days, we will talk about the role of youth in promoting networking and cooperation to build a clean and green ASEAN community through sustainable use of natural resources and protection of the environment. Cohesive and responsive. Cohesive means to be unified, well integrated, while responsive means to react quickly and positively. This year's theme of ASEAN meeting should be within our utmost priority in tackling environmental issues of marine plastic, deforestation, wildlife trafficking, and pandemic control. As a community, we will fight for our community's best interest, which is to stay intact, help one another, and pursue ASEAN's everlasting goal as stated in our ASEAN Charter, which is to live in a region of lasting peace, security, and stability. A clean and green ASEAN demands a clean and green regional regulatory framework. Singapore is inviting all ASEAN member states and most importantly, helping our ASEAN young generation to go forward together in protecting the environment while stay being cohesive and responsive to our beloved region. I look forward to productive discussions over the next couple of days on ways to strengthen ASEAN as well as our partnership to build a clean and green and most importantly, sustainable ASEAN. Thank you very much and I look forward to the next discussion.
Thank you for your remarks, Abdurrahman Al-Fati Ifdal. If I could please now welcome to the screen Saya Bilang, representing the Kingdom of Thailand.
Fellow delegates, AFMAM organizers, speakers, guests, greetings of unity and prosperity. The delegation of the Kingdom of Thailand extends its warmest welcome to all. 21 years ago was when we all first came together under one ASEAN banner. It was in 1999 when Cambodia joined us. Since then, our countries have enjoyed mutual cooperation and have prospered throughout the following 2 decades. COVID-19 has challenged the ASEAN way of governing, surviving, and living. It has put a pause on our fast-paced lifestyle and ultimately delaying us of the growth that we might have achieved for this year. Still, we remain resilient. We continuously strive amidst the pandemic. Every country has exhausted all efforts to survive this disaster. We have made it clear we will not stop until we move past this pandemic. And we will move past this, like how we survived the challenges we have faced in the past, and we are able to move past those challenges because of the ASEAN cooperation. Thailand wishes this ASEAN bond more powers of unity, more years of power, unity, and growth. And Thailand will continuously support this bond by doing the best it can to contribute to its growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Bilal. Now, please welcome Maria Angelica Mariatmo, representing Commonwealth of Australia.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your presence. Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Angelica Mariatmo, and it's my privilege and pleasure to speak with you today as the head of government of Australia. As we start these meetings, I want to begin today with an observation about the environment. Marine plastic pollution is now in a significant rise. Over 300 million tons of plastics are produced every year for use in a wide variety of applications, of which up to 8 million tons of plastic waste end up in the ocean each year, which has detrimental impacts on marine species, sanitation, quality of human well-being, and the environment. In the case of Australia, Australia also has its own struggles with plastic pollution. Several years in the past, Australia relied heavily on China to export its waste. However, the country was suddenly caught ill-prepared with its domestic waste management. To address its problem at hand, the government has recently committed to transforming the Recycling Modernization Fund by investing $190 million into it. Nonetheless, as we look to the challenges we face, there is no doubt in my mind that global challenges require global solutions. We need to fight this hand in hand in order to find the best solution for the better living. We suggest building up a marketplace platform for recycled products in the Asia Pacific region. A marketplace for recycled products is a must in contributing to sustainable recycling efforts because it would be pointless if the recyclable waste has nowhere to be bought and processed. I am equally convinced that simply saying this will not make it happen. We need to understand why and act on that understanding. Therefore, Australian delegation looks forward to a fruitful discussion with ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you very much, heads of government, for your remarks, and Maria Angelica Mariatmo for representing Australia. If I may now invite our excellencies, our ambassadors, Dr. Yang, and our heads of government to now prepare yourselves for the group photo. You'll be taken to a breakout room by our organizers. For those of you using a virtual background, please make sure that the background isn't inverted because it will show up in the photo. So I'll let our delegates and guests to go take their photo. At this moment, I'd like to also give a shout out to our viewers on YouTube. Hello out there. Thank you for joining us today. Now, for the rest of us, for the delegates who are still in the Zoom room, please make sure you fill in the pre-event survey. I understand this has been given to you already by the organizers. And for the rest of us, it's time to take a well-earned break. But remember, when you're going away, please don't log out of Zoom. Just put your mic on mute and shut off your video camera. We will be back here at 10:25 a.m. sharp to begin our talk shows. So Nina, that wraps up the official opening proceedings for the 6th AFMAM 2020. How do you feel about that?
Right now I feel amazing, very energetic, and I'm waiting for our first talk show. So I guess it's time for us to earn a break. Yeah.
Great. I'll see you after the break, Nina, and I'll see everyone else also. I'm going to get myself a drink and something to eat quickly before we get back.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, to prepare ourselves. Wow, welcome back from your break, delegates. And in case you dropped out during the break, remember to check your name and ensure that it is correct in the Zoom. And now it's time for our first of the two talk shows for the day titled ASEAN Youth-Led Diplomacy, the role of ASEAN youths in promoting networking and cooperation in ASEAN. And please also don't forget to mute your microphone during the talk show. And I will now pass on to our moderator, Farhan Zafar Ali, who was the 5th AFMAM 2019 delegate from Brunei Darussalam. And he is also a delegate to the 6th AFMAM 2020. And over to you, Farhan.
Thank you very much to our dear MCs. Good morning, everyone. My name is Farhan, and I will be your moderator today. First and foremost, let's define what youth-led diplomacy is. There's a lot of ways we can define youth-led diplomacy. We can say youth-led initiatives, we can say youth committees, we can say youth activities, youth events. So all of them conspire to the same cause in the end. It's for us to give back to our society, to contribute, and what we can do as youths in our countries, in our communities, in our families, in our friends, everything. So we are, today we are honored to have three speakers who are youth advocates themselves. They are very, very experienced people. And during this session, everyone is welcome to type out their questions because there will be a Q&A session and I will write them down in my notebook. You can type them down in the chats. So I'll invite each speaker one by one and give them a brief intro. And after that, everyone may just virtually clap. Okay. First, we have from Philippines, Mary Ann Therese. She joined the Education, Youth and Sports Division of the ASEAN Secretariat in November 2019. She oversees the development of the social cultural community section. She's worked abroad from UNESCO to Iran to Thailand. She's been around a lot. So she's definitely out there. Let's give a warm welcome to Mary Ann Therese, everybody. And our next speaker, she's from Cambodia, Selena Chong. Selena is an educator. A personal dream of mine is to be a teacher and a principal someday. So Selena has been an educator for 5 years, and she advocates for education in Cambodia. She's a coach for the National Youth Debate in the Ministry of Education. Let's give the biggest round of applause to Selena. And our final presenter today, let's invite, so our last presenter today is Tuan Nguyen. He's from Vietnam. Happy belated National Day to Vietnam. He has a degree in international relations. He is an alumni. He's our senior from the 2nd AFMAM, which was held in Laos in 2016. He is active in youth-led workshops in communities, a very aspiring figure for us all to follow. Let's give the biggest round of applause to Tuan. For this moderation session, we would have presentations by each of the speakers. And along the way, I may ask questions after they end. So at first, let's invite Mary Ann to deliver her 15-minute presentation.
Thank you very much, Farhan, for the very kind introduction. Yes, could you please project my slides? So while we're waiting for that, I just wanted to say good morning to all distinguished guests and youth delegates. My presentation today will talk about how ASEAN is helping to strengthen the role of ASEAN youth in engaging in policy dialogue. Okay, let's maybe wait a few more moments until the organizers are able to project my presentation. Maybe let me try and, I'm sorry, I'm not able to share my screen.
Maybe while we're on that, I could ask some questions for you, Mary. Yeah. Do you have a brief insight on what you would like to talk about today?
Yes, so as I mentioned, well, the theme of this year's AFMAM is very interesting, but it's also very broad. So what we've decided to do is to focus, to zero in on a very particular aspect, which is how ASEAN is empowering ASEAN youth to be more involved in regional policy dialogue. And that will be the focus of my presentation. My presentation will cover, among other things, the current priorities of the ASEAN youth sector, as well as the future directions of youth development in the region. We will also be giving you a sneak preview of what the post-2020 ASEAN Work Plan on Youth will be covering.
All right. How did you start? What inspired you to become a youth advocate?
Very good question. My background is actually in education. I've been working in the education sector for the last decade or so. My current portfolio covers education, youth, and sports. As you know, education and youth go hand in hand. And as you will see later in my presentation, education is actually one of the 5 domains that the ASEAN Youth Development Index is looking at. So that actually started my involvement with the youth sector here in ASEAN.
I see. Coming into sports, I'm just very, very curious. How is the development of sports in youth lately in ASEAN?
Well, we've been working on a number of very exciting initiatives, Farhan. As with our priorities in youth, so actually the way I see it is that education, youth, and sports we should not look at them as silos. They actually are mutually reinforcing sectors. So our initiatives in education actually also have implications for youth and for sports and vice versa. So for sports, we are actually encouraging ASEAN youth to live healthy lifestyles. Oh, I think finally, okay. Thank you. Thank you. If you allow me, Farhan, I'll start my presentation now.
Please.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay. In order to provide context, it's important for me to first explain the structure of the youth sector within ASEAN. So the ASEAN community is upheld by 3 pillars or areas of cooperation, namely the ASEAN political security community, which ensures that people in the region will be able to live in peace with one another in a secure and stable region, bound by fundamental principles, shared values, and norms. The ASEAN Economic Community promotes a single market and production base characterized by the free flow of goods, services, and investments, as well as freer flow of capital and skills. Finally, we have the ASEAN Social Cultural Community, which seeks to build a common ASEAN identity, as well as a caring and sharing society for enduring solidarity and unity. The ASCC, or the ASEAN Social Cultural Community, is working towards 5 objectives. So these are engages and benefits the people, inclusive, sustainable, resilient, and dynamic. So the ASEAN youth sector is one of the sectors under the ASEAN social cultural pillar that is working towards realizing these 5 objectives. The ASEAN member states work together to develop the youth sector regionally through the ASEAN Senior Officials Meeting on Youth. The representatives of this body meet annually to exchange views on strategic and emerging issues affecting youth development in the region. So these youth senior officials report to the ASEAN Ministerial Meeting on Youth every 2 years. Recommendations from the youth ministers are subsequently reported to the ASEAN heads of state or heads of government at the ASEAN Summit. Youth development is one of the priorities of the ASEAN Human Development Initiative under the broader framework of human resources development, a declaration that was recently adopted by ASEAN leaders at the 36th Summit in June. Next slide, please. Before I move ahead with my presentation, it's important to first answer the question, how do we define youth in ASEAN? ASEAN's definition of youth covers the ages of 15 to 35 years old, and this was agreed by all ASEAN member states as the regional definition or standard of youth. By way of comparison, the United Nations defines youth as 15 to 24 years old, and Vietnam's national definition of youth covers the ages of 16 to 30 years old. Next slide, please. A third of ASEAN's population consists of young people. And these numbers alone demonstrate the urgency to prepare our young people to take on the role of future leaders, change makers, innovators, and influencers of the region. This is precisely the reason why youth development is at the center of ASEAN's development agenda and why we engage youth in promoting networking and cooperation in ASEAN. Next slide, please. The ASEAN youth population is currently at its highest and is projected to peak in 2038 at 220 million. The region, therefore, should not miss this opportunity to foster a generation of leaders that are able to contribute to regional and global development, particularly in the context of ASEAN integration. Next slide, please. Allow me to talk about the ASEAN Youth Development Index, or the YDI. The ASEAN YDI aims to provide comprehensive data on the status of young people in ASEAN across various areas or domains. So why is ASEAN YDI important? The ASEAN YDI serves as the basis for formulating related policies and programs on youth development to enable evidence-based public policy, which in turn improves both the implementation and performance of youth development in ASEAN at the regional level. So there are 5 domains that are covered by the ASEAN YDI, and these are education, health and well-being, employment and opportunity, participation and engagement, and finally, ASEAN awareness, values, and identity. Of these 5 domains, the first 4 and their associated indicators were studied using third-party databases, resulting in the ASEAN YDI report, which was published in 2016. Next slide, please. The remaining domain on ASEAN awareness, values, and identity is to be included in future YDIs when the dataset is agreed upon and available. The report that I mentioned earlier only covers domains 1 to 4. Compared to the other domains, ASEAN awareness, values, and identity, they're more of an abstract notion, if you like. Because of this, the indicators chosen to measure, the indicators to measure this domain will need to be more carefully considered. So the study of this domain is currently focusing only on university students. 1,500 university students from across ASEAN are participating in this study, which, as I mentioned, is underway. The results of this study are expected to reflect youth views and understanding on ASEAN, which cannot be explored through statistical figures only. On a related note, did you know that 2020 has been designated as the year of ASEAN identity? Well, the study also supports the ASCC's efforts to foster the ASEAN identity, which is an important basis for enduring solidarity and unity in the region. Next slide, please. Health and well-being had the highest regional average domain score in 2015, suggesting it as a strength in the region. It was followed closely by education, with employment and opportunity and participation in engagement lagging behind. These results will inform the formulation of regional youth development policies and initiatives moving forward. More attention is therefore required at the regional level for employment, for the employment and opportunity domain. It's important that the education domain and the employment and opportunity domain work in concert, as having highly educated youth who are not able to find employment can lead to negative social behaviors such as idleness, dissatisfaction, or in the worst of cases, violence. Conversely, if employment is low in the region, and if it is favored over education, it can lead to reduced professional opportunity and progression. While there was eventual improvement in volunteered time, which was one of the indicators under participation and engagement, that domain remains one of the lowest averaging indicators after banding, the YDI. Therefore, more efforts will have to be made to encourage the participation and involvement of ASEAN youth to support ASEAN community building. Next slide, please. As mentioned by DSG Kung Fok in his speech earlier, widening youth participation and policy dialogue is one of the ASEAN youth sector's priorities for the next 5 years. Right? Providing spaces for interaction with the region's leaders and policymakers, we help ASEAN youth shape the policies that concern them. As you already know, AFMAM is one of the platforms where youth can have actual hands-on experience in ASEAN diplomacy, which actually covers the practices of ASEAN member states in decision-making that address various important regional issues. AFMAM encourages ASEAN youth, like yourselves, to be the region's future leaders, and it seeks to equip youth with 21st century skills, such as global awareness, cross-cultural skills, critical and inventive thinking, with specific focus on 21st century skills, such as negotiation, public speaking, and diplomacy. So with a better understanding of ASEAN affairs and with enhanced negotiation, public speaking, and diplomacy skills, ASEAN youth will be better placed to participate in regional policy discourse. We need to equip our youth with these necessary tools so that you can better contribute towards addressing the issues and challenges that we face in the region. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to talk about ASEAN's current youth development priorities, as well as the future directions for ASEAN youth development. The strategic priorities of ASEAN youth development under the current work plan on youth 2016 to 2020 are promoting youth entrepreneurship through capacity building and mentoring programs, enhancing youth employability through skills training and lifelong education, enhancing awareness and appreciation of an ASEAN community through mutually beneficial people-to-people exchange programs, strengthening youth involvement and participation in building an ASEAN community through volunteerism opportunities and leadership programs, and increasing youth competencies and resilience with advanced technological and managerial skills. AFMAM plays a significant role and will contribute to the achievement of sub-goal 4, which is strengthening youth involvement and participation in building an ASEAN community through volunteerism opportunities and leadership programs, particularly priority area 4.2, which is on the promotion of youth leadership as an important part of the youth development process in the ASEAN region, as this is an activity that enhances youth leadership. Next slide, please. I'd like to share some examples of ASEAN initiatives that promote the participation of youth in policy dialogue. The annual ASEAN University Student Council Union, or AUSCO conference, provides a platform for youth to be involved in regional policy discourse, particularly through the preparation and submission of youth statements on important issues in the region to the ASEAN Senior Officials Meeting on Youth. Next slide, please. The ASEAN Youth Interface with ASEAN leaders has been regularly organized by ASEAN chairs in line with Program 34 under the ASEAN Work Plan on Youth 2016-2020, which is the regular implementation of activities that are held in conjunction with the ASEAN chairmanship. Other examples include the ASEAN Youth Day meeting. So participating youth in this interface are nominated by ASEAN member states through the ASEAN Senior Officials Meeting on Youth. And the most recent ASEAN Youth Interface with ASEAN leaders was held virtually at the sidelines of the 36th ASEAN Summit held in June. The ASEAN Youth Interface with ASEAN Leaders 2020 gave 20 youth representatives from across the region a platform to speak with ASEAN heads of state and governments to advocate important youth issues such as volunteerism, entrepreneurship, and skills development for the fourth industrial revolution. The interface was preceded by an online brainstorming among the youth representatives hosted by the National Committee on Youth of Vietnam. They deliberated on addressing inequality in education, enabling the participation of youth in policymaking, strategies to encourage youth volunteerism, as well as ensuring inclusivity and sustainability in skills development for youth in 4IR. The brainstorming led to the formulation of the ASEAN Youth Statement 2020, which highlighted the importance of government support in creating an enabling environment for youth. The statement also emphasized the need to prepare ASEAN youth for the future of work, including supporting communities in mitigating the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide, please. As mentioned by, or as emphasized by D.H. Kung Fook in his speech this morning, the ASEAN youth sector sees supporting young people to be future ready through digital skills development and expanding youth participation in regional policy dialogue as priorities for the next 5 years. These overarching priorities will guide the development of the next ASEAN Work Plan on Youth 2021-2025. Next slide, please. During the 31st ASEAN Summit, which was held in November 2017, ASEAN leaders adopted the ASEAN Declaration on the adoption of the ASEAN Youth Development Index, or the YDI, emphasizing the importance of evidence-based formulation of youth policy and programs. ASEAN leaders therefore supported the further development of the ASEAN YDI. To promote the synergy of efforts in youth development across ASEAN and to better measure its progress, the next ASEAN Work Plan on Youth 2021-2025 will be structured around the 5 domains of the ASEAN YDI, which I explained earlier: education, health and well-being, employment and opportunities, participation and engagement, and ASEAN awareness, values, and identity. Next slide, please. So on the topic of ASEAN youth and COVID-19, ASEAN youth definitely have a critical role to play in limiting this outbreak and mitigating its impact on public health, society, and the economy at large. On the positive side, amidst all the disruptions, ASEAN youth leadership is at the forefront of efforts to fight COVID-19. ASEAN youth have been responding to the pandemic in various ways by serving as health workers and community volunteers, leading public health promotion initiatives, as well as combating the pandemic through artistic, scientific, entrepreneurial, and technological innovations. So going forward, young people like yourselves will be indispensable and at the heart of an inclusive post-pandemic recovery and ASEAN community building efforts. So let me highlight some of the ASEAN youth sector's initiatives on COVID-19. Firstly, the ASEAN youth sector has been disseminating youth-friendly material on COVID-19 to promote awareness amongst ASEAN youth. And secondly, the ASEAN Secretariat, the ASEAN Foundation, the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, and the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies are jointly organizing the interactive webinar series on ASEAN youth and COVID-19. This webinar series is endorsed by the ASEAN Senior Officials Meeting on Youth and supported by the ASEAN Working Group on Environmental Education and the ASEAN Working Group on Nature Conservation and Biodiversity. This webinar series consists of 4 episodes. And the first and second episodes were held in July and August, respectively, while succeeding episodes are scheduled for September and October 2020. The third episode will focus on skills for the future of work. And I highly encourage all of you to join the next webinar, and this is scheduled for the 28th of September. Next slide, please. I've actually come to the end of my presentation, but before I close, I'd like to encourage all of you to please connect with us via our various social media accounts. We are on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mary. A very comprehensive presentation for understanding what the behind the scenes of understanding development indexes, the youth, how we can progress through data, through understanding evidence and data, how we can progress as youth. So thank you very much. I'd like to ask a quick question, just one from every moderator. So just quick question for you, Mary, would be, this is just a personal curiosity, but do you have an answer for why the difference in age to determine age of youths from UN, Vietnam, ASEAN? In Brunei, our youth is until 40 or 50 years old, 40, so it's very old, so it's very broad. Do you have an answer for that?
Yes, so my quick answer to that would be, it would actually depend on the different national contexts and the priorities of each country. But for the region, ASEAN youth ministers and senior officials wanted to expand the range covered by youth in the region because by doing this, we will be able to impact a broader age range as compared to limiting interventions to only target the younger segment of youth. That's my quick answer to your question, but definitely it really globally, each country and even UN agencies
have different definitions for youth, and it's a way for them to be to also be able to come up with targeted initiatives.
Okay, thank you very much, Mary. As a reminder to all the delegates, you may ask your questions in the chat box publicly to if you have any questions for the speakers today. Okay, let's move on to our next speaker. Very exciting, from Cambodia. Let's invite Selina Chong.
Thank you, Fahan. So I would like to ask the host to help project my slide. Oh, I see you're also using that. Okay. Right, thank you very much. So once again, thank you, Farhan, for the introduction, and thank you, Marianne, for your very informative presentation. And a very good morning to everybody here. I hope you're doing all right during this pandemic. Thank you for the time, and thank you for the platform and opportunity to share my experience as youth representative in the ASEAN Youth Interface that happened in June. So as the moderator has already told you about my name, I would like to move on to just talk briefly, a little bit, perhaps a little bit more about who I am. So next slide, please. Right, so as you were told, I am an educator. I really firmly value humility, and I believe that knowledge is a very powerful weapon. And so to gain knowledge, I ask a lot of questions, and often two of them are, what's the problem? And well, what can I do about it? And that's why I am also a youth volunteer, because of the two questions. And that is how I got the opportunity to be a youth representative. And that's me and my friend at the youth discussions. Next slide, please. So to talk about the role of ASEAN, I would just like to, ASEAN youth, I would just like to touch on a little bit of my experience, and based on my experience as youth, talking with other ASEAN youth. But before I do that, and also thank to Marianne for giving a brief summary of what we did during the youth interface. So like Marianne said, and I'm just echoing her, 2 youth from each member states are selected to be the representatives. And then we had a discussion to finalize the statement so that we can deliver it to our leaders at the interface. In this event, we believe, or in the statement, I'm sorry. So in the discussion, we finalize the statement and we address our concerns and what we believe are the actions that our leaders should take in order to develop and empower youths. Next slide, please. And in participating in this event, these are my fellow youth representatives. I think it would help if you click and show, right, thank you. So in participating in this discussion, I've got the opportunity to meet this friendly and energetic people. And this engagement particularly has given me a sense of connection between us, despite being online and like what I'm doing now, talking to a camera screen or my computer screen. It has introduced me to many potential individuals from various backgrounds. And with our diverse background, we had a very interesting discussion while working on the youth statement. Everyone was full of humility and understanding with one another. And this has allowed me to witness and experience youth role with a whole different perspective, especially on creating a space where everyone can participate to voice our concern so that we can find the best practice. I also got to learn what's there for us, just like earlier mentioned by Marianne. And so to achieve the task to deliver our statement, what I learned is, as a youth, I need to have the knowledge. I need to know what is there for me. What is my support? And then I'll just have to participate. And I need to really engage, but with humility and also understanding that we are diverse and there is strength in there. And in participating, I learned that despite whatever that's happening in this odd time, in our community, there is connection and we are all responsible. Next slide, please. And so again, to recap, I think that our roles are first, just keeping ourselves informed, keep ourselves updated and learn as much as possible so that we have a good understanding of how culturally diverse we are and as a community, and how we are already doing everything to harness the strength in that. The very example is we're all here right now. Be aware that what's going on in our be aware of what's going on in our region, especially during this pandemic. What is the common issue? As an educator, I pay attention to education, and I find it very interesting how schools in our regions are operating in very different ways during this pandemic. And I really love the idea of having packages delivered to students at their door so they can still be learning. The second is to continue, and at this point, I would like to shout out to all the delegates who took their time to actively participate and really engage in the dialogue. And so it's very important to continue to be active, be open-minded, but also be understanding. Engage in constructive dialogue so that we can address and raise development issues, just like raised by Dr. Kongpo, so that we can find an effective solution, the best practice, and we can share and solve the issue together as one community. So, and continue to participate in campaign or social media activism, just so we can contribute to holding each other accountable. And last but not least, take action. And I just would like to echo one of the delegates who mentioned earlier. We know the why and we know the how. ASEAN is providing us the platforms. It is our decision to take the actions. And we can tell you everything and so many things, but it all ends up with you making the decision and taking the action. And so I believe that youth have the power. You have the power to change. You have the power to make impact, but it all starts from you. So I think that these are our roles and what we can do on our part for our future and for the future of ASEAN. The future is our responsibility. And that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Sorry. Very, very excellent presentation there about now that compared to Mary's presentation, that was for Mary it was more of data-like, and for Thalissa it's more of like of what we can do on a micro scale, which is both very fantastic. We got to know the bigger picture. We got to know the picture. We have a question here on the chat box. I'll ask that at the end of this session. For now, I'll ask from my question, just to have a very nice transition for the next speaker. My question for you, Thalissa, would be just very quickly, very quickly. In your opinion, in your strongest opinion, what can us youth do better? Like, what do you think is missing from youth? What do you think is that missing thing that is that if you feel that is halting us from progressing faster or developing faster? What do you think that is?
I think, and this is speaking from experience, I do think that what's keeping us from progressing is just ourselves. The excuse we tell ourselves that this is too difficult, this is too big for me, and simply, this is not my job, right? This is the issue of the government. This is the issue of our leaders. Why should I care? But then the thing is, why shouldn't you care? Because we're living in the same country, and whatever decision our government is making will definitely affect us. And that is my opinion. It has to begin from us, and it has to start from us, and we have to start believing in that.
Thank you very much, Thalissa. Very, very strong stand there on what's missing. I guess it's also for all of us here to reflect on, yeah? That sometimes what's stopping anything is actually just comes from within. All right, let's go on to our final speaker for today. Very exciting to invite our old senior from AFMAM 2. Let's invite from Vietnam, Tuan.
Hey, can you hear me? Hi everyone. So welcome you all to the ASEAN Foundation Model ASEAN meetings. It's so glad to be here again, to be with you, to talk to you about ASEAN's and related issues. So it's been like 4 years since the last time I joined, and I also introduced other teams to instruct other team to participate, and then they got in the game. So pretty much happy to be here again. So I think I'm gonna have to show my slide here. Yeah, thank you very much. I have my own slide. I think I can share it, right? So I can be more active on what I'm doing. Okay, so I hope my presentation won't make you sleepy, as nobody wanted. So in this talk, I would like to talk more about the track 2 diplomacy, something that you might have heard of or not yet. So I'm here to intro you the track 2, the track 1 on the playlist. Is it okay for you to have some names on it? So, introduction a bit. So I am currently a international corporate officers in the University of in Vietnam, in a university in Vietnam. So for the past few years, I work a lot with students, mostly to inspire them and to instruct them on how to develop themselves better and to inspire them to be more awareness of their responsibilities and their contribution towards the community, to the country and to the region. So that is what I'm really focused on and what I'm really proud of when I'm doing this amazing job. So on the playlist track 2, diplomacy, youth exchange to future change maker. My slides won't be having a lot of numbers, just me talking to you as a friend, as a seniors. So I hope that you will have a great time ahead. So not many of you have the background of international relations. So as someone who have a bachelor, I would like to say something about it so you can have a glimpse of what is going on. So for international relations, we had the definition of the track 1 diplomacy, which is the officials, the state diplomacy, which is done by the government or done by the diplomat. So that is the track 1, the official ones. So here we have some representative from the Vietnam, the heads in the departments of Vietnam here. So they are all currently still in their positions. So that is the track 1. Very familiar with you guys. So you guys, for now, you are doing the track 1, stimulating, right? Simulating, modeling, trying to understand how they negotiate, how they consult each other in the regional arena here in the ASEAN meeting. So that is what they are doing. But there is other definitions about the track 2, which is the unofficial diplomacy. So that that kind of term or definition was first introduced in the 1981 by a officials in US stating about the foreign policy according to Fraud. So that is when he first talked about the track 2. So track 2 is more about the unofficial way of doing the diplomacy, of engaging the partnerships through the citizen diplomacy, to the press conference, to the professional conference, businesses conference, or someone who is officials but joining the conference, not using their officials positions. So they join that to further pushing the partnership between the two organizations or two countries. So that is what they are doing. So are you in the track 2? I would say yes, because you are the future leaders of the country, right? Everyone here is the future leaders of the country. We have the sources. You are one of the perhaps 35% of the ASEAN's populations. You are one of them. You are going to change to shape the futures of the ASEAN. So you are actually you are on the track, second, of diplomacy. You are in it. And I suppose that you are doing a good job by participating in the youth exchange program or joining competitions, because in these programs you will have the opportunity to be with others. Like here you have the huge networks of ASEAN youth, right? You have many talented delegates. You have a very proactive communities. I believe everyone here have a very good background on contributing to socials, to the communities, and even to the country, to the regional. And I believe you are doing a great job, and you will do it very actively in the future by connecting with others delegate. Because here, let not waste our network, and our precious network. We have a very good background delegate. We have the ones that concern the same with us, to education, to poverty, to diplomacy. so that let's not waste our chances, because who knows, in the future we'll become officials, we become delegates, officials, delegates, states, officials, diplomats, and we will pushing this corporations towards other, because you already have the opportunity to have experience in the past. 20 years from now on, maybe you are diplomats, you are talking like, oh, you are from the AFMAM, and I think that we should push this partnership together. I think that is a wonderful thing for ASEAN Foundation to create such a dynamic and interactive and a very authentic way to discuss with you, to actually learn how to negotiate, to understand each other, try to understand each other rather than trying to face against each other. In here in ASEAN, in our way of negotiation, we have two main points, right? Consultation and consensus. Keep in mind that, because that is a very unique and important part of the ASEAN negotiations. So from meeting new people, you get new inspiration and also new pressures, because I also joined the previous program. I have very new peer pressures. The delegate from Myanmar is doing a great job joining competitions, workshops, and I find out, oh, I have to do something. He joined the same program as me, and after that he's have been to the next level, and I cannot bear the fact that I am not good enough. So I try better, I try harder, I fail, okay, get up, try again. So that is how these this exchange program, where we have new friends to become our new inspiration. And maybe, very maybe, you have your dream team here. You may find your dream team here with your peers from within your country or in the other countries. In this program, you have time to work with other delegates from the other countries, but maybe they are the one you are seeking for, and to work with other, to have a project. Maybe I have seen a lot of people joining programs. They have built they have formed their network, and then they invite each other to their country to carry out the programs. And that is, I think, it's just a wonderful thing. It's about the dream team. For my experience personally, I joined AFMAM because I have a team from the Genesis team of Vietnam. If you may know, Genesis is an exchange program in Japan for ASEAN's delegate and Timor-Leste. So 10 days before AFMAM closes the application, the team film up and we got into the game and we got it. So that is my dream team. And the dream team also have the advisor from joining other exchange program. It's a complicated network, but somehow we met each other. We find ourselves very close and understandable and cooperative. So that is my experience of having the dream team, from exchanging, from participating in your exchange program or competitions. Anything that related to international terms will help you to reach out or to build new network, and let's not waste it. As you can see, there's already mentioned about forming and promoting network in our team to this year. So that is a wonderful thing, and let's not miss that. And I think I should not talk more, because I think you already have your experience. Many of you have already experienced, many of you have the knowledge. I should not tell you like something to inspire, because you already grown up, right? You are 20 something. So let's not talk something inspiring. Let's not talk something that you may hear a lot when you are surfing Facebook, but I just want to remind you that the future is in your hand and you are on the right track, very good track. You are on the very good playlist, and let's the vibe, be your guy, and then one day you will shine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tuan. Very inspiring words there from our senior. Um, Another very quick question. Maybe could you tell us maybe one really, really memorable movies program?
One memorable programs, right? Because I think I have a bad connection. One memorable program, right?
Yeah, like a very short one. Just.
Oh
what's
yeah.
significant about it?
Why not talk about the memorable things about the AFMAM itself? So actually, AFMAM was a very memorable one for me because it's more. It has a lot of profession on it because you have to study to dig deep into the informations and to work with other delegates within your nations, and you have to cover the other fields and other pillars because I joined the AFMAM as a head of government of Thailand. So that's my role, instructing, supervising the team. And that was a very good experience because I had the chance to see how people are actually cooperating, not going against each other. That is very different concept of negotiating, unlike the model United Nations. That is very different one. So that is what I learned the most from the AFMAM. And by the last day of AFMAM, we had little party. That's when we still have offline meeting, right? So now virtual meeting, sorry that you guys don't have the opportunity to have such party, but I think we will have our solution for that. But yeah, Doodle Party is something that is very universe student budget in Laos that is very memorable for us. We had like 20 people in our room, chit chat, having fun after the program is over. So that is really memorable. I have joined other program after the AFMAM, but AFMAM is still my most memorable programs.
Thank you very much, Tuan. It goes to show how significant and really fun AFMAM can be. It doesn't have to be something stressful. It's a very chill event, you know. It's very, very fun. Hits to ASEAN Foundation to sponsor us someday to meet all AFMAM 6 people. Yeah. All right. Let's go on to question and answer. While in the meantime, could the people behind the scenes prepare the mentee.com website just to not have any delays after? So we have one question here from Casey. Woo, my group. Casey's question is to Selena. Selena, get ready. How about, do you have any challenges or conflicts that could be a valuable lesson during the youth interface? So in general, any youth programs with ASEAN leaders, but specifically for this with ASEAN leaders, and how did you overcome that, if any? Selena?
Going to speak specifically on the ASEAN Youth Interface. Also would like to clarify that there are 2 sessions. The first session is our youth discussion where we have to finalize the youth statement. And the second one is the interface with the leaders. Because of COVID-19, the interface weren't really much of a problem because most of us are sitting in different rooms in front of our computer. What I can say, what I can talk about is the discussion. So I wouldn't say that there was any conflict. Surprisingly, it was very smooth. However, there was a discussion where we can't decide on, what we should really focus on. I mean, we were talking about youth volunteerism, but we weren't quite sure if volunteerism is the right word because it's very broad, right? So what I learned from the discussion, which I'm not going to get into, is that at the end, we were able to come to a conclusion that we're still going to use the word volunteerism for some reasons. But the point is, despite our discussion, despite our disagreement at some point, we were able to agree that this is best for us. And that is the whole idea of diplomacy. And that is knowledge and understanding that this is the best thing for everyone and not just for one. And that's the most valuable lesson that I've learned.
Thank you very much, Talina. I hope that answers your question, Kathy. Yeah. We have another question here from YouTube. Oh, just to remind everyone as well. Also, self-reminder: we are actually on YouTube. Very honored to have that. So this question from YouTube. We don't know where he's from. I feel like a DJ now. Lee Hien. His question is: I think this would be a question for Mary, if she could answer this. Maybe Mary could answer this. Is there an official network for ASEAN youths to exchange ideas, cultures, and mutual understanding, like a channel or a forum or anything? Do you have an answer for that, Mary?
I wonder if the person who asked the question is referring to a virtual forum or an online forum. But what I can share is that the ASEAN youth sector works with a number of regional youth networks. And perhaps through these youth networks, these exchanges could take place. Apart from that, the ASEAN Secretariat has its social media accounts, and we make sure to post all youth-related content. Our webinars are live streamed on YouTube or Facebook. And these could also provide a platform for an informal exchange of ideas. But yes, going back to what I mentioned earlier, the youth sector, the ASEAN youth sector engages with a number of regional youth networks. And most of these networks are actually ASEAN affiliated entities.
Thank you very much. I hope that answers your question on YouTube. Okay, since we don't have any more questions from the floor, let's go to menti.com. Are we ready with that? We are ready. Okay. Can everyone just go to menti.com and use the code 2726695? I'll give everyone 30 seconds to do that. Very fun, interactive way to talk about things. For the speakers today, if you have anything to talk about for these, just cut me off at any time, because I would love to give my opinions too, and to everyone as well. Okay, looking good so far. A lot of active ones. How involved have you been with youth-led diplomacy? So another reminder is that youth-led diplomacy just means youth-led initiatives, activities, even this one. If this is your first time, that's great. It's a good step. Okay, 39 people answered. Would you be involved in more youth-led diplomacies in the future? 42. Keep them coming, keep them coming. For every question, I'll give 1 minute actually. So 15 more seconds. And we can see the majority. Okay. Again, for the speakers, if you would like to interject, just unmute your microphone. Okay, how involved have you been with youth-led diplomacy? Very interesting that a majority of the AFMAM delegates here are active. That's great, very, very good. It shows how much we care or have interest and have passion in being an active youth. Only involved in local projects, that's okay, because the impact doesn't matter on how far you go. It matters to the people that are around you. If you create a change for one person, a child or an old person, that's what matters. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you go abroad or somewhere near. Yeah, that's cool. There are a few who are very active in international projects. That's amazing. I hope those ones who answered that could give some inspiration to us all on how you go about these international projects. I'm sure a lot of us would love to do all these. Okay, can we go to the next question? Okay, in your opinion, youth-led diplomacy is hindered by what are the obstacles? Okay, I'll give 1 minute. Financial status of youths, exposure to opportunities, duration of the project, something else. What is that something else? I like this menti.com. It's very animated. Look at all these blue pearls. Now I need milk tea. I could use some milk tea. Okay, three are in something else. All right, well, generally exposure to opportunities. Well, oh, here's an answer. You do not have self-confidence to participate. I'd like to ask Tuan this, and Talina, if you want to answer too.
Yes.
You know, it comes from within. You know, sometimes people feel overwhelmed. How do you think people can overcome that?
So me first, right?
Yeah.
So yes, the youth do not have the self-confidence to participate. I think this problem happens a lot because they fear of their their comfort zone, their safe zone. They think they are not good enough. They think they do not belong to the group of doing the project. So actually, my advice, actually, I think it's come within in yourself, because you have to understand yourself that everyone is special in their own way. You have your own ability, you have your own strengths and weaknesses. Not because you see someone at their strength doesn't mean they have no weaknesses, and doesn't mean that you are not good at that, because you haven't tried yet and you haven't discovered your potential yet. So probably by spending some time understanding about your strengths, your weaknesses, and asking you about your motivation. What do you want to do in the next couple of years, or what you want to achieve? Do you want scholarship? Do you want to be better? Do you want to have a better skill for probably job, for career? So you have to participate in a particular projects, even small ones, but that is the one which probably will ignite your passions and will unlock your possibilities. And maybe from very single group work to a club, you can be more active and be more confident about yourself to join bigger programs or bigger projects. And I think it comes from within yourself. You spend some more time with you and some time with other friends who are very active. Then they will give you good advices based on your previous performance and your personality. So that is my advice, tips.
Thank you, Tuan. We're only on this second question, and there's so much discussion now already. Maybe Talina, you could answer what these what these questions and suggestions are in the chat. So maybe Talina, you could do this. So as others as a hindrance, we live in an Asian culture. And we all know stereotypes of Asians where we live very conservatively. We have strict parents. We have cultural restrictions. How can we find a way around that to be involved?
I just first would like to echo what Tuan has just said. It really comes from within. And I am a firm believer of why, like, why are you trying to do this? And well, definitely, well, we're Asian, and with due respect, our parents, our elderly really cares for us sometimes that they don't want us to, participate because they're worried. However, you really have to go back to why you're doing this. And maybe see if you can, turn them around, talk to them, because let's think of this as a diplomacy, but within your family. You really need to negotiate this. How would you negotiate with your parents? How would you make them understand? Of course, you will fail or you will fail on the first attempt because they are our parents. And in our culture, elder people have the say. But I really think that you really need to understand why you're doing this and make it clear to them. And just like Don said, this is for your future, this is for the better of yourself and the family. And communicate with them these ideas, these values that you're holding. I am from a very conservative family myself, and yet through communication and effort, I'm able to convince my parents that what I'm doing is for the best of myself, but not just myself. It's the society as well. So my input is communicate.
Thank you very much, Talina. That's very, very true. In any situation, any circle that we have, whether it's work, whether it's friends or relationships, communication is important. And it's how we show to people, to our authorities, like our bosses or our parents, of how much this really means to us. Let's go to the next question. All right, next question would be, people behind the scenes, please. Next question. Not yet. Oh, there's only 2 questions. My bad. Okay, I think it's great to talk about the second answer, which had the most clicks there. Exposure to opportunities, the lack of exposure to opportunities. What can we say about that? Mary, would you like to? Actually, even for the delegates, if you have any suggestions, you can type them out. You can raise your hand. Use the raise hand emoji because I need to see the screen to gather attention. If you have anything that you want to input, let's have this as an open discussion for every one of us. Okay, all 100 participants in this Zoom call. Okay, maybe Mary, would you like to answer to the lack of exposure to opportunities?
Yes, thanks, Farhan. If I may also offer my own response. Um, I've been reflecting on it actually, and it was very interesting to hear Tuan and Talina's responses. But in my view, and this is not just limited to youth-led diplomacy, but to participating in community development. I think the other reason that's holding youth back from being more active is this ties in with the sense of an ASEAN identity, or even at a lower level, a sense of belongingness to your own community or to your country, but also to the wider ASEAN community. Because if you don't feel this sense of ASEAN-ness, then you wouldn't feel compelled or motivated to contribute towards the development of that community. So this is why we at ASEAN, at the ASEAN Secretariat, are working to promote a sense of ASEAN awareness, values, and identity. And through these youth programs, youth exchange programs, these platforms to develop youth diplomacy, all our youth related projects and activities, in one way or another, attempt to instill or promote a sense of an ASEAN identity amongst the youth, because it is only then that young people will be moved to contribute towards ASEAN community building. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Mary, for your input. That's very true. So sometimes even my friends ask me, I think we can all relate, especially to the ones who are active. How do you join events? How do you find these events? How do you get into them? And my answers are actually the same with Talina, Tuan, and Mary, that it comes from within. That's one. And two, there are opportunities out there. It just takes a little bit of effort to go on the internet to find what opportunities exist, because we are never ever limited to just ASEAN Foundation or Genesis. There's YCLE. There's even tiny ones that we never ever heard of, and they can be underdog events. I joined my first ASEAN program was called Yayasan Sukarelawan Siswa, which is volunteering in Malaysia. They invited 200 ASEAN youths, and I only found that from my friend's IG story. So it takes a little bit of luck. That's true, it does. But if you know certain people, friends, really ask them, because they will give you opportunities, and in the end, you can give them opportunities too. Going to that first answer, financial status of youths. How relatable is it? Could anyone answer? Maybe even delegates. Could you guys answer? Because a lot of programs are actually fully funded, and you just need your own allowance, personal allowance. Yeah. Anyone would care to answer this? To justify why financial status hinders you from doing initiatives. I can understand if it's forming something that's from zero. Finding sponsorships, finding people. Okay, yeah, registration fees, that's true. Maybe anyone from the speakers? Maybe Tuan. Okay, Tuan, you organized Vietnam. Do you need a registration fee to join Vietnam?
Oh yes.
How much?
It's not much. It's about $20 per.
$20 US.
Yeah.
And that's for 4 days of the event.
For 4 days. And the delegates have to fund their own traveling expenses, their lodging expenses, food expenses. That is just for participation only, but they still join the program. So we first host the Vietnam in 2017, which is 1 year after my participation in the AFMAM 2016. So I have my dream team of the Vietnam team. So we formed the meeting. It was hard because none of us has the experience of carrying out this kind of political related program. It's very hard, and we have to like struggle a bit to find sponsor. But I believe that was quite a lot, and also a way of pushing our determination, because we showed in our proposal how great we can influence the youth, and how the sponsor can get the benefit from supporting our event. So we got it from the first year in everything in paper, because they never seen something like that in Vietnam. We only talk something that was made in Laos, and the one of the previous Laos. So that is 2 years only. In Vietnam, the Model United Nations is more famous. Like a lot of students are joining the program, but for Model ASEAN meeting, actually none have seen this kind of scale for 70 students. So that is pretty much hard for us. So the second year we come back, 2018, we had our model already. So it was good. And accommodated, we have wisely supported us twice. 2017 and 18, we had the opportunity to participate the youth-led competitions and won the consolation prize with only 2 years of experience. Others are having at least 5 years of experience, and we are only the one who have the nature of competitions, debates nature. The others are more social related, and they carry it out very frequently. Our program is only once per year, but we managed to succeed in the competitions.
Okay, thank you, Tuan. There are many different ways that we can go about this. Yes, so thank you, Tuan, for your suggestions too. Other good suggestions here, other good arguments here from the chat box too. Someone raised their hand. Let's hear from Hannes Idris from Brunei, representing. I forgot.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Hannes.
Hi, Farhan.
Representing Myanmar, yeah. Hi, Hannes.
Yeah, I'm representing Myanmar as the foreign minister. And I think with regards to financial status of youth, it's also highly related to the amenities we have. For example, with things being virtual right now, there are a lot of restrictions, even towards education. For example, internet connection might not be stable, or if you live in an area where you could not get stable internet connections, that may also be the problem. And it is also kind of directly related to the financial status of youth, because without proper finances, they won't be able to access all these other amenities. And if it is done in a physical space, although right now due to COVID, that might not be as possible, there are still factors such as you need to be able to travel to the place that has all these platforms for you to actually put yourself on. And that's all I want to add from you. Thank you, Farhan.
Thank you very much, Hannes. Very, very good thoughts there. A lot of critical thinking, very enticing session we have today. Very nice. Can we have Dana, who also raised her hand, to
Hi.
give her feedback? Yeah.
Yes. More than that, I actually want to raise another thing. Unfortunately, I think it should be brought upon. I really wanted to bring it out there that youth-led diplomacy initiatives are pretty much a gated community. We're all here, we're all coming from universities. And unfortunately, I think there is a lack of reach for the marginalized community. We would say that we are far more privileged than there could be aspiring diplomats and a lot of student leaders, or even those from the more marginalized areas, and they don't have the means of joining such projects or programs, because one, they lack the educational attainment. There is a level of literacy with regard to international relations, at least some form of resources, and as mentioned a while ago, just having the privilege of having technology to be able to access such information. So I think this is something that is a grassroots problem actually that should be taken notice of. Like, for example, this is just youth-led diplomacy initiatives that cannot be reached by a certain group of people. I think it says a lot about how some programs related to education in general cannot reach a certain population of people, and that is the population that we should be putting our focus on.
You are very, very correct. That's true. It's that lack of exposure for especially marginalized communities that are difficult for ASEAN opportunities and initiatives to actually reach all of ASEAN. Like, if we think about it, that these exposure to opportunities are actually only catered to a very small minority. The ones who have phones, the ones who have internet, because we know and we receive these information, and the people who don't, well, that's fortunate. And I think that's one thing that we can all brainstorm to tackle and ponder on how can we get the exposure rate to everyone. Okay, very, very nice session today. I loved it so much. I enjoyed it. I hope the speakers enjoy it. I'm sure everyone had learned something new today. I hope there are a lot of key takeaways that we can get from today, from learning how youths operate from age to learning what the hindrances are for us to join things. Other than that, a very excellent day, a very excellent start to AFMAM 6. Thank you very much to AF for giving me this opportunity. A very big thank you to our speakers today, Mary, Selena, and Tuan. Thank you very much for your knowledge and wisdom. Thank you for the delegates and being involved with the discussions. Thank you, everyone. Let's enjoy the AFMAM 6 moving from now. Thank you very much, everyone. For the speakers, let's have a group photo in a breakout room and see you all in the next session after lunch. Back to you, the Masters of Ceremony.
Yes, thank you, Farhan. And it was just so wonderful. And I would like to give a big thanks to our moderator and speakers for the amazing talk about ASEAN youth-led diplomacy. And I hope that the talk show could give you, the youth, some ideas about how to promote networking and cooperation in ASEAN region. And yes, just like Farhan just mentioned, may I ask the moderator and speakers to please remain seated as you will be sent into the breakout rooms to have a photo section.
So, oh, was I muted that entire time? Can you hear me now? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, was I muted before?
Yes, I thought that it was because of my bad connection, but no, yeah, it seems like.
Okay, all right. So yes, that we're about to go for lunch, everyone. I was actually just talking about my lapel pin, which is the ASEAN Year of Identity, which was designed by a young Filipino designer called Jamari Mangyat. But anyway, I feel like I'm repeating myself now. But now everyone who has a lunch tag, you're actually being divvied up into breakout rooms so you can interact with each other. Remember not to turn off your Zoom chat, just switch your microphone off or the video if you need to take a break. And we will be returning at 12:45 p.m. sharp for our next talk show. So, all right, I think we'll leave it there and let everyone go and get some lunch.
Yes, let's have a good lunch. So see you then.
Bye, Nina. I'll see you after lunch.
Bye, Ben. Bye, everyone.
I just want to test the sound. Is that hearing okay?
Yes, and from lunch delegates, and remember to check your name is correct in the Zoom in case you dropped out during the break. And talk show for the day, yes, and for the last talk show for the day about marine plastic pollution. To introduce the theme and speakers for this section, let's welcome our moderator, Sudani Sort, who was a delegate at the 4th AFMAM 2018 from Cambodia. And Sudani, the screen is all yours.
Okay, thank you so much. So good afternoon, delegates, and also the viewers who are watching via YouTube channels right now. Welcome to another live talk show of the 6th AFMAM. My name is Sodani from Cambodia, and I will be your moderator for these sessions. This talk show focuses on the marine plastic pollutions and lasts for approximately 1 hour and 30 minutes starting from now. The session is also divided into 3 main parts, including the presentation from the environmental experts from the ASEAN member states on their insight on the marine plastic pollution, followed by the Q&A session from the delegates, and ending with the live poll to measure the delegate understanding on the topic. So during the presentation, I would suggest the delegate to note down your question in a piece of paper to ask our speaker at the end of the presentation. The question are preferably stated the direct expert you would love to hear the answer from. So there are 4 environmental experts who are joining us today. First of all is Dr. Wong Sok, who is the Assistant Director and Head of Environment Division of the ASEAN Secretariat. Second is Dr. Marie Karisen, who is the researcher at the Norwegian Institute of Water Research. Third is Dr. Sarina Abdul Rahman, who is the visiting fellow under the Malaysia program at the ISIS Youth South Asia Institute, Singapore. And last but not least is Ms. Fitinia Pospita Lestari, who is the co-founder of Diverse Clean Action of Indonesia. So delegates, we are all concerned about the effect of marine plastic pollution. According to the Center for Biological Diversity, billions of pounds of plastic can be found in swirling convergence that make up about 40% of the world's ocean surfaces. At current rates, plastic is expected to outweigh all the fish in the sea by 2050. The urgently needed solutions call for a combination of enhanced awareness, reduced plastic use, and massively improved waste management. So the presentation today will start with Dr. Wong Sok, who is the Assistant Director and Head of Environment Division of the ASEAN Secretariat. Dr. Wong Sok is also a passionate and dedicated environmental professional with over 20 years of global environmental compliance and governance experience, including in-depth knowledge of environmental development, strategic planning, relationship building, operation control, and implementing environmental management system. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Wong Sok to deliver his insight.
So I hope you see me, you hear me from your end. Hello?
Yes, doctor, we can hear you.
Okay, good.
Clearly. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon, the panelists today, and good afternoon, Sudani, for your moderating this talk show. It's great to see you today. And today it's my great pleasure to join this talk show, in particularly with ASEAN, for our ASEAN future on marine plastic pollution. Let me express my sincere thanks to organizer the ASEAN Foundation to establish this ASEAN Foundation ASEAN meeting 2020. And I very much appreciate and value this initiative, especially the approach to strengthen youth to take more leadership role and proactive role for their own future. So without further ado, I would like to give you some snapshot information about the ASEAN cooperation on marine plastic debris in ASEAN region. So this will be contribute important knowledge about what ASEAN doing right now and for your own information and reference. And this will be insight for your question later on. So next slide, please. So as you may have come across a number of documents, but this is 3 important documents for you to take note. the ASEAN 2025 Forging Ahead together with the three blueprint, which is the roadmap to guide our implementation and cooperation in ASEAN, while the plastic pollution itself falling under the AACC, ASEAN Social Cultural Blueprint 2025. So this specifically guide how to implement, how to make better for ASEAN region with regard to the plastic pollution. Next, please. So this to highlight with that, I mean, we translate this blueprint, the AACC, ASEAN Social Cultural 2025 blueprint into the strategic plan on environment. So with this, we have a number of strategic priority area. As you can see, 7 strategic priority, which is really aligned with the global priority. As you can see from the SDG target, a goal, and also the CBD, which is the Biological Diversity Convention, and also other convention as well. You may have noted, here's the BOS convention, the Basel, and so on. Next, please. So what we are doing right now, so this, the next, please. So as you have noted, and early introduction by Sudani, it's really important to note that we are one of the richest region in the world with the coastal and marine environment. So we have a long coastal line. You can see here's almost 200,000 kilometer rich of ocean resources, because we are in the specific ecosystem zone, which is tropical and subtropical, which is very diverse in terms of ecosystem value and services. And by this, it have also provide important value for you to know the third world coastal marine habitat, and the world resource marine biodiversity known as the coral reef triangle. With that note, you see the 75 global coral reef species. It's present in our region, and 6 of the world's 7 marine turtle species, which is contribute important from the marine turtle itself. And the mangrove, I mean, the mangrove, we are represent almost the mangrove species in the world, and which is represent about, from the area perspective, is 35% of the mangrove from the world. And this not only provide about the ecosystem service, but provides huge value, which is the foundation for economic livelihood option and the self-subsistence, and for the future, particularly for youth in the future. Next, please. However, you see a lot of benefit, a lot of value, but it's a really challenge ahead. I mean, because every day no one, I mean, pay much attention, because at the end of the day, everyone, you know, throw the thing and throw the rubbish, throw the waste, and the end of the pipeline, it go to the sea and the coastal area. So this creates a significant threat to the coastal area and the marine environment. So as you can see, the top 20 country in our region, it's contribute important to the plastic waste, and have been identified from the previous research. I mean, such as some AMS that contribute more than another. This is really important for concerned AMS and the youth from that AMS to take note and maybe play important role how we can do better in the near future time. With this, you know, of course, when the plastic go into the sea and the coastal area, creates significant impact. There's impact, it's not only to the ecosystem services, but also to specific biodiversity, for example, the mammal and so on, and also affect back to the human health as well, as a part of system and so on. And also that impact significant if impact to those value chain of the and supply chain of the ecosystem in the sea. It really impact with the fishery production and reproductivity system as well. So this impact significant to economic. So I mean, the marine plastic itself, it comes from very sources. I mean, it's hard to control. There's some come from point source, and which is, I mean, it's full control by some of the industrial where we know exactly where the source come from. But some of the things come from non-point source pollution. So majority of the plastic, it comes from land, which is cover about 70% or more from the land-based sort of pollution. Next, please. Next, please. Yes. So with that, I mean, the marine plastic debris itself, it's a cross-cutting issue. I mean, it's hard to believe it's addressed by just one single sector or one agency, because it, as you can see from the land to the sea, it's a long way to go that involve many actors, many sectors, many geographic sort of scale. So from the local up to the, you know, to the country and so on. So with this, from the environmental sector standpoint, we have four priority area that work across the board to coordinate and to make it more effective. We have coastal marine environment that is lit on this marine plastic pollution. So this the sectoral body who take care and oversee what happened and how to make it better for our region. And the sustainable city, which is contribute a role model, how the city can contribute from the local sort of initiative to make it better for reducing the plastic consumption and production at the source-based level. While chemical and waste is considered about different sort of aspect of the pollution that or the side effect, how we can mitigate this sort of side effect, and particularly involve also the transboundary matter, because we cannot stop the movement of the plastic waste by either by human or by natural, because this some of the things quite challenging that we need to take into account. One of the most important elements to take note for the youth is about environmental education, because we believe this environmental education still play important role. It's not only for the senior, but also for the young generation to take a leadership role and also have sort of our box thinking and drive the way better in the future. Next, please. So in order to achieve our main objective of the addressing the marine pollution, we work with number of partners. So this just give this as example, but it's not totally inclusive. We have a number of partners working with marine pollution, marine plastic pollution. For example, Norway, we have a local monitoring support for the plastic pollution control and monitoring. Japan tried to support the national action plan for the ASEAN member state. EU tried to look for the waste to resources as a circular economy. And Germany also look at different sort of support in terms of sustainable waste management. COPSI tried to promote like people-centered approach in terms of coordination along with PEMC and UNEP. World Bank support us strongly right now, try to develop sort of regional plan of action for the marine plastic pollution and so on. So just give you an example, the way we work with partner, we promote people-centered approach, people-oriented, which is the most important as a people head and hand that work together to achieve our main objective of the clean and green environment of ASEAN. Next, please. So the initiative of the ASEAN that started in 2017, as some of you may have heard about ASEAN conference in reducing the marine debris in ASEAN region in Phuket, Thailand. With that, I mean, a number of key outputs have been identified, and some of them are really necessary to take into account by the youth. Including the policy support and the governance, the capacity building, where the youth will be involved in terms of research, and also the capacity to involve in different level and different sector, research and innovation, private sector engagement as one of the main aspects as well from the producer and to the waste to resource, etc., and public awareness and outreach activity. Next, please. With that, we have other regional workshop that identify, which is one of the most important also because marine litter, marine plastic, it really come from different source, but one of the things it mainly come from packaging waste. It can be come from the individual up to the industrial level. So these are some of the recommendations for the packaging waste standpoint. There are 6 recommendations that included the design and responsible of production, the packaging in the retail and the consumption, packaging waste collection, and so on. So this for your reference. Next, please. Furthermore, last year, we, under the ASEAN chairmanship of Thailand, we also released a special ASEAN ministerial meeting on marine debris on the 5th of March in Bangkok, Thailand. So that produced significant outcome document and commitment of ASEAN region with a clear sort of indicate commitment in the Bangkok Declaration on combating marine debris in ASEAN region. As you can see from this, you can click link and you see what is that consists of. And with that also spell out clearly about the framework of action on marine debris. Next, please. So the framework of action on marine debris consists of 4 components, which is consistent with the finding or the recommendation from the Phuket recommendation on the policy support and planning, research and innovation, capacity building, public awareness, and private sector engagement. Right now, we are in the process of developing the ASEAN Regional Action Plan for combating marine plastic debris that aiming for 2021 to 2025 by translate all of this key priority into the action, and also with clear the lead country, the lead sector, the lead agency, and also with the resource mobilization as well. So we are now in the halfway of that sort of ASEAN Regional Action Plan development. We hope that by the end of this year, this will be ready in the form of for further consultation with the member state, and maybe also an interest for the youth to look at it. Please, next. Along the way, we have also another initiative, which is ASEAN EU Partnership on Circular Economy. This is one of the new approach that we need to consider, convert all the waste into the, not all, but I mean, whatever we can, try the best, try to make use of the waste to be the resources. This one really try to save the raw material and also try to not put on the pressure on the natural resources that we have. And also this the way we minimize the waste. It's not only consider the waste management, but this from waste to resources, including the last point, maybe waste to energy. Next, please. And then this is the one that I mentioned earlier, the ASEAN-Norway cooperation project on local capacity building for reducing plastic pollution in ASEAN region, which is try to also bring a model to monitor where the plastic come from and how we can manage that, understand, and we have this sound information that can contribute important to the local planning and investment, how we can promote in terms of state management as well as private sector engagement. Next, please. And then we have this one, the strengthened capacity for marine debris reduction in ASEAN region through the formulation of national action plan. This is the one I also mentioned earlier that support by the Japan to develop the national action plan, and some of the ASEAN member states have already advanced the national action plan, some it being prepared. And this will be make a significant difference for our region when everyone have this national action plan. It means that the action, the plan, the commitment translate into the real action and concrete investment plan in their respective country. Next, please. And Beyond ASEAN, we have a number of collaboration and cooperation. We have a +3, which is ASEAN, Japan, Korea, and China. That dealing also with the debris, marine plastic debris cooperation action initiative, and also we have East Asian East Asia cooperation as well. So a number of initiatives with that. I mean, first of all, the main important part is about EAS, East Asia Leader Statement on combating marine plastic debris. So with this, we have now the plan of action have been finalized, and this really support ASEAN region to do together with other partners to make this more aligned and harmonized effort to create synergistic impact for minimize and the plastic pollution in the region. Next, please. So what about your opportunity? I mean, environment sector involve and engage youth in a different aspect where it's possible. So youth have been identified differently, maybe from a different sector or different agency, but we just here classified or define youth as this the age, but I believe this just indicative. There's no limit for you to take action further from your own initiative. And we provide this opportunity for the youth to take care of the environmental aspect, because environment belong to everyone, and as not only enhance the capacity and capability of the youth, but also to take a proactive role and also leadership role in for their own future. Next, please. So here just to give you some highlight about the past activity of the youth engagement in the environmental sector, from awareness raising, like I just give you a recent one. I mean, like the EAS Mangrove Planting Day on the 2017. That's one of the most remarkable activity that is promote youth active participation, and also, you know, understand about how difficult to restore this ecosystem, but they really enjoy. And this message will be carried forward by the youth to communicate further about the importance to protect the natural resources. And also wisely marine debris exhibition. There's a number of activities that initiate like the Clean Up Sea and so on. This group has also played important in 2018, I mean, in collaboration with other, with the US support and so on. And we have also the ASEAN Coastal Cleanup 2019 in Jakarta, Indonesia as well. That is mobilize not only the student, but also the leader of ASEAN, the senior level from ASEAN, including all the ambassadors, also to join hand and to clean up the sea and coastal area. And also 2019, we have ASEAN Seminar on Environment for Future Generation. That is, look at that, we take care for the future generation all the time. And this one, it's really try to promote or streamline the environmental message into the education system, where we believe that it can be a good, strong foundation, and the youth will play important role as propeller to help and to make it accelerate for a future, for secure the future. And a number of ASEAN EU youth video competition as well. This in terms of to recognize the youth contribution and leadership as well. And also we have ASEAN Youth Eco Champion Award. So this to inform you, this really an opportunity that the way we work from environment sector. Next, please. This is the +3 that happened in last year as well in Phuket for Clean Up Our Sea and Change Our Future. This is the way we try to raise awareness on the marine debris with local and global impact. I mean, the way we do there, but it still have significant impact to the overall, and increase knowledge and skill, and particularly the attitude toward this sort of marine debris issue. And there's also the opportunity team building and networking to make it stronger impact for the future, and not to make a single youth feel alone. So this is the way we can get a collective voice to challenge further to make this agenda further address more effectively. Next, please. So this we would like to give you a few opportunity, whether you want to join, for example, Zoom in biodiversity, where you can have, you know, the way how you can contribute healing with the biodiversity, building a better know more, and also ASEAN Youth Eco Champion Award and ASEAN +3 Youth Environment Forum. Next, please. So, and also youth, so far also, we also organize the youth response to the COVID pandemic issue, because this is an emerging issue that everyone aware and need to step up and do more. And particularly from environment sector, we tried also to raise awareness among the youth about the during this pandemic and also the post-pandemic, including the sustainability and build back from the COVID-19 pandemic. And a number of youth, even here with the pandemic, you have 4 series of 4 episodes. So this may be for your information if you would like to take part on this opportunity. Next one, please. So the key message is ASEAN looking forward to strengthen multi-sectoral cooperation with all actors and all levels, including the youth, in order to combat marine plastic debris. And youth is a vital asset to us, because it really provides important for safeguarding our environment and also to realize a clean and green ASEAN by your taking action, by your improve your own knowledge skill, by your strengthen your network, and by strengthening your research capability and so on, and action on the ground. Next, please. So I would like to share with you this reference website for you to access, and because some of the information is really important about what ASEAN doing and other partners doing, and this also provide you an opportunity for you to learn about you know, the plastic pollution in the region and also other environmental aspects. So please spare your time to access this material. We try to update from time to time, and if you have more information, please reach us. Then we can give you more if available.
Okay.
So thank you so much for your attention. Hope that this will contribute to your information and knowledge.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wong Sok, for the very interesting presentation. So after listening to the presentation, we have learned a lot of things, for including the ASEAN framework on action on the marine debris. We also learned a lot about the youth engagement on the environmental sector. And last but not least, we also learned a lot regarding collaborative partnerships between ASEAN and also the ASEAN +3 and also the East ASEAN corporations. So following this, we are pleased to have Dr. Marien Carrison, who is a research scientist at the Norwegian Institute for Water Research. Her research has mainly focused at the local level and on how environmental perceptions, risk management, and environmental policy shape transformation towards sustainability. So without further delay, I would like to invite Ms. Dr. Marien Carrison to deliver her presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, panelists and delegates. I would very much like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this event, and I'm very grateful to get the opportunity to participate and learn from ASEAN speakers, delegates, and students. And as Dr. Wong Sok kindly mentioned, the Norway ASEAN Foundation has a collaboration project, and that's what I will briefly talk about today. And the topic of plastic pollution is very broad, and I will focus on some key aspects on what may influence pro-environmental behavior with some examples from Norway. Next, please. And as Dr. Wong Sok kindly mentioned, the joint effort between Norway and ASEAN to tackle plastic pollution in the region, founded by the Norwegian Development Program, is a true collaborative effort and capacity building project, ASEANO, that will focus on catchments in specific case sites in ASEAN, in Indonesia, Bandung Citarum, and in the Philippines, Cavite and Imus River. This capacity building project will increase knowledge on how plastic moves from the river into the ocean. It will also analyze the effectiveness of existing policies and how households and different parts of society behave and prefer waste management and other measures to take part. And it's also important to emphasize that we will collaborate with local enterprises to develop production measures. But perhaps foremost, this is a great effort to connect Norwegian and ASEAN efforts on reducing plastic pollution. And I'm very happy to be part of that. I am a social scientist, so my focus is mainly on why people behave like they do and what we can do to encourage a more sustainable behavior. So if we go to the next slide, please. So unfortunately, sustainable development is not only threatened by marine plastic pollution, but a number of interacting challenges. Related, I would say, climate change, the disruption of biodiversity and plastic pollution are perhaps all interlinked in that they are symbols of that our current production and consumption systems are unsustainable. And perhaps plastic pollution is the most visible threat that we can really grasp how far off the limits of the planet we have taken our current system. So next, please. So one obvious solution to solve this conundrum of interacting environmental crisis is to change the way we consume and produce our resources. And sustainable consumption and production is now an SDG, a Sustainable Development Goal. And it basically means that we need to do more and better with less resources. We need to increase how these resources are used, and we need to promote sustainable lifestyles. And when it comes to plastic, plastic consumption is very much related to households' everyday life and what we use to eat, what we use to take care of our hygiene needs, our households, and so forth. And this is also the case in Norway. And plastic in Norway is, as in many parts of the world, a very highly visible environmental issue, perhaps in contrast to some more other challenges, such as, for example, ocean acidification. And this visibility of the issue has also, I think, led to a high public support for policy action, because you see pictures of whales having their stomachs full of plastic bags and so forth, and we can connect to that plastic bag because we probably brought our food back in one of those earlier that day. So it's an issue that you can connect with. Despite this fact, the plastic waste generated per person in Norway is high. It's almost 30 kilos per person. And in addition to the plastics Norwegians use, we have a very high ecological footprint in other resources too. And this is, of course, due to the affluence of the country and the high consumption lifestyle that is very much aligned with high income countries. However, there's also a high degree of waste segregation and recycling. But of course, as in other countries, how to recycle plastic in a meaningful way is also challenging here. So perhaps next. So I will just briefly discuss a few factors that influence how behavior towards a more sustainable consumption and waste generation management influence how people behave. Because often when we talk about plastics, we are told that it's a problem about human behavior, and we need to change the attitudes and practices of people to get to the roots of this problem. So for once, knowledge and science, if we go to the next. knowledge and science is of course very important in establishing what is actually the problem with marine plastic pollution, what is causing it, and what impacts does it do. And knowledge and science can also help to trace and establish responsibility and contribution of different actors and sectors to this problem. And I think it's very important that policies are knowledge-based and that we really examine what lies underneath this problem, because in many cases there's a blame game of who is actually causing what, and is it the problem of the people living inland? Is it the coastal communities? Is it perhaps driven to us by ocean currents and so forth? And so if we can establish where this comes from, it's much easier to develop the correct policies, and also to develop perhaps attitude that we accept a sense of responsibility and that we have a common understanding of what the problem is about. But of course, there's different levels of complexities, and knowledge and science cannot solve all problems. We have, for example, known for a long time that CO2 emission causes climate change, but it's a very complex issue to solve, perhaps in contrast to some more chemical components, for example, the ozone layer, which you could actually substitute. So both, I guess, CO2 emissions and plastic pollution are such integrated parts of our life today. It's a complex issue to solve, but it can be solved. But there is often a knowledge to action gap. If we go to the next slide, please. So this is an example from Norway. By, for example, beach cleaning, mapping litter, you find that the composition of litter is very different in the mid regions and in the north. In the mid regions, it's mainly consumer products that lies behind what we find on the beaches, whilst in the north, it's the fishing gear, fishing equipment. And to develop the right policies, to gather the right stakeholders, and to get a common discussion on this, this needs to be established. But I would also like to emphasize beach cleaning is, of course, important both as this tracing exercise and to build awareness, but the most important is, of course, to prevent plastic from entering the oceans in the first place. And this picture here is from Svalbard, and Svalbard doesn't have a population that can contribute the amount of plastic found in this on this beach, and this is also the case for many uninhabited Pacific islands. So these are global commons, and it's a joint global responsibility to prevent this marine plastic to end up in the ocean. Next, please. The next important factor, of course, is social institutions and norms. And social institutions and norms, with this, I include both the formal laws, policies, and regulations, and the more informal mechanisms that govern what we think are right, what we think we should do, and what we think are the right things to act according to the environment. And these two formal and informal institutions and norms are interactive, and they need to correspond to each other to have the best result in changing behavior. Because new social norms, for example, there could be a large pressure from people that we need to regulate plastic pollution more, we need to abandon certain plastic products, could influence policy, but policy can sometimes also quickly establish new social norms. For example, in Europe, we've seen that smoking bans quickly changes the way people see smoking in public areas. But this needs to be aligned to be successful, and while some might be possible to change quite quickly through training, for example, waste segregation, and if we understand why this is important and why we should do it, this can perhaps be accomplished over time, littering too, but it takes education, it takes time. But others, for example, the status involved in consuming, I think are much more deeply entrenched and take a longer time to overcome. And often sometimes, at least when we discuss environmental issues, there seems to be a neglect of the individual effort, and they perhaps through calculations that the individual's effort is only worth this and that much in numbers. But I think this kind of calculation disregards the importance this change has in setting new norms, collective norms, because studies show, for example, that this was related to flying. By telling your friends that you want to fly less, you influence your peers much more than perhaps the CO2 emissions of the actual, not the flight non-taken. But of course, there's also often a value to action gap, that we have values that we think are very difficult to enact because of other factors. So next, please. And some of these relate to economic fees and incentives and a broader economy, of course. Here, I will just briefly go through some of the efforts done in Norway and Scandinavia. One of the biggest success stories here, I think, is the deposit return schemes for plastic bottles. When you buy the bottle, you pay a little bit extra, which you get returned when you return the bottle. And this has led to very high recycling rates. There's also taxes on plastic bags, also in Norway. A smaller amount that goes back into a fund that helps promote or find alternatives to plastic and funds plastic projects. But in Sweden, they increased the fee on plastic bag by seven times, I think, earlier this year. And this has really yielded results in that plastic bag, the use of plastic bag has been reduced by 40%. There's also been attempts to make households pay for what the weight of their waste to make them segregate more. But depending upon the values of why you segregate waste, if you do this because you think it's the moral right thing to do, setting an economic incentive on top of that could actually discourage the morality of doing so. So it just shows that it's important to also know why people behave the way they do and what they value before you perhaps implement too widespread policies. Okay, the next, please. But of course, how we behave in relation to plastic consumption and waste management is of course very much also due to convenience, visibility, and how we feel that our efforts are contributing. We need to establish convenient ways of sorting, of disposing waste that can be integrated into our everyday lives, that it shouldn't be a very large effort to do so. And these are pictures from my local grocery shop. And of course, if you want to cut out plastic of your life completely at this time and age, I think you need to work maybe half time or so, because there are no real alternatives to getting packaging in other forms than plastics now. And of course, this is also due to affordability and alternatives. And I know this is an issue in ASEAN countries, for example, with the sachets and the small individual package are often the most affordable for segments of society that might not have that much income. And it's also important that people feel that their actions make a difference. And I think these ASEAN efforts to join youth in different collaborative efforts can really improve this sense of action, and that they have a voice and a stake in planning and enacting their own future. Okay, next, please. But of course, it's too simplistic to say that the problem is completely due to individual behavior. It's a systemic problem, and which also requires systemic solutions. And here we would like to highlight the responsibility of producers to ensure that the plastic that is put on the market can be recycled, and that the amount of plastics that put in the market should be reduced. To ensure this transition to a circular economy that needs to be societal just and inclusive, and also incorporate the other environmental challenges that we are facing. And currently, I think in Norway, we are very good at the recycling part, but the top of the 3 R's, reduce and reuse, is not so much established as of yet. So I think we need to get this all the 3 R's integrated into our lives before change can really happen. Okay, next. But as Dr. Wong Sok mentioned, there needs to be cities that can contribute as leaders. And I think Oslo has tried to do so. And cities are also plastic consumers, don't forget. So if cities take action, and for example, Oslo plans to phase out all the unnecessary single-use plastic that they consume within their activities before 2020, this can set an example for its citizens, but also other cities, and alliances between cities in this way, I think, are very important to show a way forward. And also to clean important beaches and watercourses along with its citizens, to raise awareness and to get ownership of the issue also locally, and to collaborate and develop knowledge, of course. And I think this example can just show that collaboration and knowledge development between cities, but also between regions such as Norway and ASEAN, I think are key to solving this issue. And also, of course, the youth, because they are the ones that unfortunately will have to deal with these challenges in a much greater way in the future, but they have the agency to do so. So thank you for your attention.
So thank you so much, Dr. Marine, for the very insightful presentation. So it's very interesting to see the differences between ASEAN member state and Norwegians and how we combating with the marine plastic pollution issues. And from Dr. Marine speech, it's actually very interesting to see that 90%, 95% of the plastic bottle in Norway has been returned. So I think this is also the very good initiative that all ASEAN member states have been trying to implement. And we actually hopefully trying to implement as well the 3R, which is reduce, reuse, recycle, in order to make sure that the plastic use is very efficient and to reduce the rate of plastic use. So thank you so much, Dr. Marine. So delegates, the 2 presentations have already finished. We are now moving to the 3rd presentation delivered by Dr. Sarina Abdul Rahman. So Dr. Sarina is a visiting fellow at the ICES Yusof Ishak Institute, Singapore, and she currently teaches environmental politics at the Department of Southeast Asian Study of the National University of Singapore. Dr. Sarina is Malaysia's Ambassador for Citizen Science Asia and is an Iskandar Malaysia Social Hero Award winner for environmental protection. So therefore, please join me to invite Dr. Sarina to deliver her presentation. Welcome, Dr. Sarina.
Hi, Sudhini. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and see you clearly.
Okay, just checking. So are you gonna share the slides or should I?
I think the operator will share the slide.
Okay, so I'll just wait for that then. There you go. Okay, thank you very much to the ASEAN Foundation for having me on this panel. Today, the other 2 speakers talked a lot about the ASEAN and institutionalized programs for marine debris in Southeast Asia. Today, mine is just a general talk on the open seas of rubbish and the issues that we are facing here in Southeast Asia. So this is more directed to those who are listening as individuals and to see what you can do in response to this issue beyond, pushing for policy and all of that at the ASEAN Foundation meeting. So let's just get started. We can move to the next slide, please. Okay, so we've all seen these photos. If you haven't, then I'm not quite sure where you've been, but these are the photos of animals that have died as a result of marine debris. So it's either their beaks get tied, they get stuck in nets, they swallow plastic. There's so much news about animals being washed up on shore, and when they open up their stomachs, it's full of plastic. And of course, you've heard of Midway Atoll, where the birds have died and you look inside them and you see lighters, bottle caps, cigarettes. So these are photos that have come up very often, and you will see a lot of environmentalists using this to shock people into reducing their plastic use. Next slide, please. How does it happen? How do we actually get to this position? So before we can think about what we need to do and why we need to do it, we actually need to understand why there's so much rubbish in the oceans. If you look at this map, this is taken from the NOAA, you'll see that it is the ocean currents that are actually pushing this rubbish and making it float forever in the Pacific Ocean. So I just use the Pacific Ocean as an example. For us in Southeast Asia, anything that washes off our shores will end up in these gyres, and also the same for the the west coast of America, as well as Japan. So what happens is anything that comes off the shores will be stuck in these gyres and it will just spin, like it'll just keep going round and round and round, and that's how microplastics are formed. So any kind of plastic that falls into the sea will essentially be ground down into tiny, tiny bits, and that then goes into the food web, as I will explain later. So what happens is anything that falls off a beach, say on, I don't know, and what's on that side of America, say off Hawaii as well, which is down there, it will float in the gyre and could possibly be in there for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. So studies have shown that how they break down essentially depends on the kind of material it's made of and how long it's been in the gyre. And the longer it's been in there, the smaller it gets. And this is where it then gets swallowed by animals. Sorry, next slide. I keep trying to change the slides myself. So if you look at this picture, you will see the actual ocean currents. And this is why we have this plastic floating around and essentially not going anywhere. It is stuck there. So anything that comes off, and again, this is to make it very clear that this rubbish is not being thrown by just people on ships. This is rubbish that is thrown off the land. And there have been studies that have actually shown that rubbish thrown up in the hills, in the desert, end up at sea. So it'll fly off into a stream or a drain, and eventually it will end up at sea through the country's waterways. And so there's no way of saying, oh, I put my rubbish in a dustbin, but it flew off. And I'm in the middle of a city far away from the sea. I am not guilty. Unfortunately, everybody is guilty of marine debris. And sometimes we don't notice it, but something falls out of our pockets. That also becomes marine debris. Next slide, please. And so how far have we come? When did they first find out that we had all this rubbish floating in the sea and then it's become a problem? So in 1997, Captain Charles Moore, he's a yachtsman, and he was looking for an alternative route to get back to California. And he went through the center of the Pacific Ocean. This was an area that he usually didn't go through because he was, he's on a sailboat, so he needed the winds to push him. But he thought he'd try this route. And it was then that he found this rubbish patch. And this was in 97. Curtis Ebbesmeyer, which is another scientist, named it the Pacific Garbage Patch. And at that point in time, in the late 90s, they realized that they thought that there was one rubbish patch. Since then, I think it's now been documented that we have 5 in the world. So beyond the Pacific, there's also rubbish patches in the Indian Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean, basically because the water hydrology makes it such. But the good news is that everybody now is a lot more aware. So of course, you've seen the photos from Midway Atoll. There's lots of these photos going around. I think there's this YouTuber who constantly takes photos in the Maldives. You have the Ocean Cleanup, which is a very young scientist. I'm not even sure if he's a scientist, but he's this innovator who has come up with a boom sort of method to sweep up rubbish from the seas. And then of course, you've just heard Dr. Carlson speaking about Norwegian innovations. And then we have things like precious plastic, which is a very accessible, open to everyone system of upcycling your plastic so that it doesn't go into sea. So essentially, we have come a long way in terms of awareness and action to try and prevent and reduce this issue of marine debris. Next slide, please. This is stolen from the 2019 International Coastal Cleanup Report by the Ocean Conservancy. And really the main thing that is in this plastic slush, the largest thing that is always found, the largest volume that is always found every year they do this cleanup in September is cigarette butts. So it's very easy to toss a cigarette into the sea, onto the floor, onto the road. And this is what is most often picked up. The rest of it are items such as straws, food packaging, disposable cutlery, plastic bags. So these are the things that are always picked up in coastal cleanups. So coastal cleanups include cleanups at rivers and lakes, underwater cleanups by divers, and this is done annually, and it's an annual program by the Ocean Conservancy. This is a good reference for you to look up if you want to get more information on the kinds of rubbish that is being picked up. However, there are other studies that have found that items as big as a container from those container ships have been found floating at sea as well, because the ocean is huge. So a huge 40-foot container floating lengthwise is really just a drop, literally a drop in the ocean. And things as big as that have also fallen off ships and become marine debris. Next slide. Next slide, please. So what are the impacts? You have, of course, seen in the first slide, wildlife consumption of plastic, and there are countless reports of animals coming up dead, entanglement and drowning, also very common pictures. What you see in the picture in this slide is from the National Geographic Society is microplastics. And that is a juvenile filefish, which is tiny. It's probably the size of my pinky finger. And so what happens with microplastics is that it goes into the food chain, and the first layer of the food web that eats it would be jellyfish. So jellyfish would not see it, and they just inhale it, because what they do is they suck up the liquids that they swim in, and then they are then eaten by larger fish or turtles, etc. And then it goes into the food chain. So by the time you are eating a fish, it has many layers of accumulated microplastics. The additional danger to that is chemical leaching. So it has been found that these little bits of microplastic actually absorb many times more the concentration of chemicals that are floating in the sea and leaching off other items. So other studies have found that these microplastics have been found in groundwater. So when you drink mineral water, there's actually microplastics in it. And of course, human bodies have also been found to have microplastics in them. So as we are dumping rubbish without thinking, we are also consuming it. So just some interesting facts for you to think about. For every use of a cosmetic product that has, how do you call those, face scrubs with microbeads? Every time you use that, it washes into the sewer, 94,000 microbeads at a time. So every time you wash a synthetic garment, which is like a t-shirt made with some kind of plastic microfiber, that also washes off into the waterways. So we are all guilty of adding to the microplastic soup in the sea. Next slide, please. So plastic waste in Southeast Asia, we bring it back to us. So there have been myriad reports that shows how high the plastic problem is in Southeast Asia, and all the other speakers have spoken about this as well. So I'm not going to go into it in detail. If you look at local production of waste, and I take this from a paper that is up on the internet somewhere, Malaysians, for example, produce an average of 236,000 tons of waste per month. Only 0.06 is recycled. We think of Singapore as a very first world country in Southeast Asia. However, it produces 949,000 tons of waste. Only 4% is recycled. So clearly, we do not have a recycling attitude in Southeast Asia. And then on top of that, waste is dumped in Southeast Asia by developed countries. And so the examples are there from the UK and the US. Next slide, please, and I'll expand on that in a minute. Next slide. But now Southeast Asia is fighting back. So if you look at the picture, that's Minister Yobiin of Malaysia, who has rejected container shipments of plastic, waste plastic sent, I think this is from the UK. And this was, she could do this because laws have recently changed to say that receiving countries of such waste have to agree to accept the waste. So there is a legal backing to reject the waste and send it back to the UK or Europe or wherever it's gone from. There are also, but I think we also now have the problem of smuggled waste, because clearly corruption is an issue in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia is also moving to implement zero waste initiatives and blueprints and plans, as ASEAN is also doing at their level. Plastic bag bans, and then of course straws being a very common program that is done in many countries. If you look at the picture, that's Vietnam that produces a lot of bamboo straws. And Thailand also has straw innovations from water convolvulus or kangkong, it's a vegetable. And so lots and lots of innovations to reduce our disposable straw, plastic usage. Next slide, please. So what are the obstacles to this? Does it seem like we're solving our problems? Not really. Because as you saw from the very low recycling figures, there is a severe lack of awareness, understanding, and concern. As Dr. Carlson also mentioned just now, as she studies this behavior, really a lot of people have this doesn't really affect me, it's too much trouble attitude. And so they don't see why they should bother. Not everybody gets involved in a coastal cleanup. And as was mentioned by Dr. Wong Sok earlier, if you get involved in a cleanup, it does have an impact on your attitude and behavior, but not everybody does that. On top of that, our systemic issues, as Dr. Carlson mentioned, is inefficient and incapable waste collection systems. In Southeast Asia, we still have huge landfills that just sort of sit there. And so the rubbish from there does fly off and get into the waterways. So we are lacking the infrastructure. We have poverty issues. And so when you are not wealthy, you have to buy small packets of items. For example, in the Philippines, they sell salt by the straw. A friend of mine has been there and told me about this. I haven't seen it. But in the Philippines, it is also, you know, you buy soap and detergent in packets because they can't afford to buy more. And this is an issue across Southeast Asia. You can have increasing affluence, but then you go through various stages. With an early increasing affluence, let's say in the lower middle income groups, you want things to be easy. So instead of using what you might have always used, like banana leaf plates or things that you can wash, then you opt for disposables because you think now things have to be convenient. And then you get to another level where in order to make sustainable choices, you really have to be a lot wealthier because these things cost money. And then you have the next level, which is actually a problem in countries like Singapore and perhaps cities like Bangkok, where overconsumption, especially with things like fast fashion, is creating more marine debris. Because if you change your fashion every time the new season comes, or because you know your clothes are torn because it's very cheaply made, then what's going to happen to your clothing waste? Where is it going? A lot of it ends up at sea as well. Next slide, please. So what can you do? I think I'm coming almost to the end. As individuals, as participants in this meeting, as representatives of ASEAN or youth leaders in ASEAN, you need to make better choices. And you need to tell your friends to make better choices. You do need to do, as Dr. Carlson said just now, shop less, reduce and reuse. I think these two are the most important. You must understand that recycling takes energy and water. So while we think, oh, I'm just going to dump this plastic bottle because it's going to be made into something else, you are also taking up energy and water resources which are limited. So you're adding on to other problems that we have. Some green innovations lead to more problems. For example, this is not connected, but it's an example. Because we want to move to solar energy, wind turbine and all of that, we need to mine for minerals, which then creates other problems. So you need to not buy the hype. So if you have the latest phone, and then they upgrade to the next iOS or whatever you call it, and then you also need to have it because all your friends have it, then you are submitting to the hype and you are adding to e-waste, and some of that ends up at sea, and that's not good. So you need to find out all these things and tell everybody you know. As youth leaders, you need to lobby for change. You need to lobby for change at ASEAN level, at the local level, at the government level, and lobby for change amongst producers so that they produce items that are more sustainable, not like phones that die immediately after the 2-year warranty. And you need to make vintage fashionable again. I show you pictures here of Rituna, which is a mall in Scandinavia that is entirely about reusing old stuff for upcycling or creating new things out of old items. And it is fashionable in Scandinavia. As you hear from Dr. Carlson, there's so much awareness. And we don't have that in Southeast Asia. If you look at Japan, this pottery, kintsugi, it is an old way of repairing pottery with gold, because what they believe in is that repairing adds life and beauty. And so they repair their old items with gold and silver and other expensive minerals. And that then is indicative of how much they value keeping things so that they last longer and can be repaired and reused for as long as possible. We need to have these kinds of attitudes, and it is your generation that can do that amongst your peers and friends. Okay, next slide. This is my last slide. So to tell you thank you, and that I think you should resist plastic in many ways, not just because it ends up in the sea, but because as a rule, we seem to not be able to live without plastic. It's everywhere. It's on you, in your clothes. Now, apparently it's in your body. I give you a picture from the jetty that I'm at every day where I live. And this is a turtle. It's an adult female turtle that was pulled up by the fishermen because they found it floating dead. And if you look at the arrow, it got caught on marine debris. It got caught on an abandoned fish cage, and all it had was one rope tied to it. This is a big turtle. I think it was easily 5 feet long, the carapace, and it drowned. And so this is one of the many marine reptiles, mammals, and other animals that die as a result of the junk that we are allowing to seep into the oceans. But before you can cure what's wrong at sea, we need to fix what's wrong on land. So you need to look at it holistically, and you need to think about what you can do at your level as well as at the government level. But unless your policies can trickle down to the ground, they will not be effective at all. All of us and everything in the ocean will thank you for your effort. Thank you, ASEAN Foundation, for having me. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Sarina, for the very wonderful speech. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't buy the hype. Don't. Oh, sorry, I was muted. Sorry. So it's actually very interesting to hear from Dr. Zarina. So ladies and gentlemen, don't buy the hype, don't follow your friends. And also it's very important to shop less, because when you shop less, then you are able to reduce the amount of plastic in the region. If you just like package it in the right way, it's just that you go, we package it in the right way and then you go to the right place to dump it. But if you shop less, if you reduce the plastic waste, then the amount of plastic on the planet will actually be reduced as well. And it's also very thought-provoking to listen to Dr. Sarina on how she said, if we dump the plastic without thinking, then you're actually consuming it. So it's very interesting. Thank you so much, Dr. Sarina. So without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Bettinia Pospalasteri. Ms. Bettinia graduated from Environmental Engineering in Institute of Technology Bandung, founded Diverse Clean Action Community in November 2015, and NGO Foundation since 2017. Hobby on scuba diving met her together with 1,500 volunteers across Asian countries to combat marine issues with various actions such as research, campaign, workshops, and community development. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me to invite Ms. Bettinia to deliver her speech. Thank you.
Thank you. It's so nice to be here. You can hear me well, right? Okay, so I'd like to start my presentation by sharing my home screen. Okay, you can see the screen, right? My presentation file. Okay, all good. Okay, so hi again. My name is Tenia. I'm from Indonesia. Currently, I'm in the eastern part of Indonesia. And as what briefly mentioned before, I have an NGO called Diverse Clean Action. And today, I'd like to give you the perspective on how the policy should be seen as a comprehensive solutions, a comprehensive toolkit, and also how the grassroots situation can actually become a reference on making the correct or the appropriate and effective policy regarding to marine plastic situation. But as I believe there's a lot of knowledge that have been discussed by previous speakers, so I'd like to just share on what we have done in Indonesia and also in Southeast Asian countries, and what are the challenges that we face in the area. Okay, so hold on. Yeah. So as divers, especially who love to strolling around the oceans, we found a lot of trash under the water. And at first, when I do dive, we are really curious why those debris are under the water. And it's not only plastic, as what people oftenly discuss when talking about marine debris, but also stuff like this, like textiles, rubbers, and also unique things like toys. It is found under the water. And it is really making my mind curious, and I'm looking for the solution about that. And through that, people often ask about how about the solutions that needs to be implemented? Is it policy first, advocacy, or the action first? But as the one that live on one of the small islands in 17,000 small islands in Indonesia, we see it as a comprehensive way, just like what I mentioned on the early of my talk. And why? Because the policy is really affecting the grassroots actions. This is the examples of one of the coastal area in Indonesia, where we found a lot of issues towards the marine debris that coming from other countries, other area, other provinces, and then also the lack of waste management system that is proper, and also, for example, the lack of strictness at that time to limit the import of the waste to our country. So when we're talking about the solutions on each area, it is actually depending on the policy itself. And how can you contribute on implementing the solutions to make it easier? So we've tried since 2015 for the past 5 years. We tried to collect the data on our beaches. We tried to not only doing the ceremonial cleanup, but we do collect the trash, just like what previous speaker said. We want to know like what type of the waste that is quite often we found on the area and why it is there. Is it cannot be recycled yet, whether it's the facility that cannot be accessed by the community, or whether the policy needs to be done to ban that item because it is simply cannot be recyclable. And so we combine our visions as youth, and then we made this community since 2015 with 4 main programs, which is first of all is the marine debris research, where we do citizen science data collection, and then we do campaign and workshop where we do a lot of online and offline campaign. We do give grants to local businesses, youth leaders that have the solutions that can be duplicable. And then we do have the third program, which is community development, where we adopt an island or a beach area or coastal area to make sure that the waste will not go to the oceans. We will stop the leakage. And then the fourth one is the program where we collaborate with the private sectors to implement an extended producer responsibility efforts to make sure that the businesses can also support the circular economy effort to maintain the solutions on combating marine debris issues since its source. So overview, we already have 12 staffs on ground, and then we also have thousands of volunteers across ASEAN. And dive it a little bit more. And if we're talking about research, it is different on each areas, right? So we have this kind of database on Indonesia and also several cities in Asia, where we try to make our volunteers collect the data that, of course, follow the standard by several institutions. And those data, for example, it is the one that you see in the screen. It is the Indonesian data that shows that it is not only single-use plastics that we're facing. If we're talking about the percentage of items, it is, yes, single-use plastics in Indonesia are like 60% out of it, out of the total. But if you see in terms of weight, so if you're scaling how many kilograms each types, right? Actually, the single-use plastics is only 26% because it's so not heavy, and there are so many of them. But if we're looking at the kilograms, actually the most things that we found on the beaches area and underwater are actually textiles. So if we know what are the types and also what are the things that we're facing on marine debris issue, we can start to plan how is the effective approach and also how we can advocate for a better policy through not only the plastic industry, but also, for example, on the textile industry. And research and the data, it's actually important as well to know what we are dealing. So for example, on each area that we develop, we know like how many percentage of waste is already composted or recycled, and how many is still going to the landfills, or how many of it is still leaking to the oceans. Therefore, we can implement stronger positionings and also stronger facilities to really combat those issues that is tailor-made on every island. And the research and data also, it's important to close the loop so we can maintain the goal that we want to reach. For example, in Indonesia, we have the goal to reduce the amount of single marine debris issue up until 70% by 2025. And now currently we have this baseline data on making sure which provinces has a lot of percentages that is still leaking to the oceans. And we make sure on those provinces, on each islands or in each area, how many percentages are actually already been recycled and how many is actually still not recycled and need facilities or advocacy or trainings to make sure it is not leaking to the oceans. And the research itself is important to know the waste flow to minimize the leakage. For example, if we are looking for the waste management solutions, the waste that collected on each sources usually goes into the landfill, but towards the transportation, as you can see, there are still high risk that the waste is flying from the boats or the trucks and stuff like that up until the landfills. So we're making sure on the waste flow that we are trying to aiming on community development programs is to make sure the waste that collected turns into the informal sectors or waste bank or recyclers, and making sure that it can go into the loop of circular economy rather than go to the landfill situation. Therefore, this is the fundamental waste management concept that I think is really important for us, which is we need to rethink, reduce, reuse, recycle, and then recover and stuff like that. So we make sure how we can prioritizing all the policies and also the actions on not focusing on recycling only, but how we can minimizing it from its source, from the industries, from the alternative solutions. So our job on making sure that the leaking of the waste itself will be more minimized. And this is the examples of what we do on the islands. We call the program name Save Our Oceans and Small Islands, where this become the reference of a lot of countries as well, which affiliated with our networks in Southeast Asian countries, where we first try to change the landfills on each island to making sure it is representative and it also can be recycled better. And we make sure that it can implement a waste segregation method that's supported by the waste collectors. So there is no more blaming from the community that's already separating their waste, and then eventually it is mixed up again from the transportation of the waste. So we make sure it's also quite good looking for the tourism sectors, because if we're talking about marine debris, we're talking also about the islands and coastal community, and most of them are depending on tourism economy. And when we're talking about the tourism economy, we also have the program called Eco-Trip or Sustainable Tourism, where we make sure the tourism sectors that is a lot on the area of islands and coastal community can actually sell their activity, but with a higher price, as long as they are implementing a correct way on waste segregation and also reducing the waste from its source. And we also have the refill stores. Maybe the previous speakers also told about. Most of our community on the islands are not all of it have a high income level. So we realized that if we're pushing them on making or buying the soap that is sizing a lot more bigger, and it's more expensive for them, so they choose the sachets one, which you can see on the left side of the screen. And through that, we realized we need to give the alternative solution that is more accessible and also more cheap rather than the conventional products. So we make the detergent of, or you can see like the jars of soaps, and then you can also buy like softener and stuff like that, and you can actually bring your own jars, and then you can refill it as long as what you want, as much as what you want, and then it's actually more cheaper, and also it reduces up to 3,000 pieces of single-use sachets, plastic sachets on each island in just 1 month. So if we're talking about solutions and also policies, it also needs to be seen on that way as well. It needs to be accessible and also needs to be reachable by all type and level of community. And if we're talking like an expert, we are not actually, because we are just a platform where most of the experts from other stakeholders can give the insights to us, and we're trying to make it the best out of it and make it as a campaign and advocacy level, and we give it to the national government and also international stakeholders as well. And if we're talking about stakeholders, it's not only about the environmental engineering or like only waste experts, but also it's the comprehensive levels of stakeholders, which is it's also affected tourism, education, international governments, corporations, and etc. Therefore, we have a strong program as well on doing advocacy, whether it's on the small scale level until the international level as well. and the data can actually make a change. This is the example of the data that we have that successfully made the biggest restaurants in Indonesia not providing straws anymore since 2016 and 17, where they successfully reduced the amount of single-use plastic up until 91%. And through that best practices that have been implemented and proved its success, especially with the endorsement of public figures, now the restaurants, bigger restaurants in Indonesia, such as like the burger, pizzas and stuff, is implementing the no straw reduction, the no straw policy from its company. So it's not through the clients, but it's through the companies. And then one of our provinces now adopting our data to make the policy in the governor level, which they are now prohibiting straws in Bali provinces. So the data can actually make a change, and we as youth can actually make also a contribution on that. And data can also inspire campaigns, where we think the campaigns needs the support from influencers and also the art sections, because we need to make it more appealing to all level, all places. And therefore, we also strongly suggest to make how the data can actually understandable in a much more easier way for everyone. And the key for grassroots actions and of course the policy itself is to co-create and corrective actions. So there is no more blaming, how we can collaborate with other stakeholders, and we keep on progressing, because if we realize one solution is not applicable or can solve the situations, we need another solutions, or we need both of the solutions, not only one. And that also our background on making the YCL Marine Debris Expedition, where the first speakers also mentioned, where we organized together with the US Embassy Jakarta to make a platform for Southeast Asian countries, youth, to collect their actions, the best practices that is being implemented on each areas, because overall we face a same problem, and because of our geographically, we also find a lot of similarity between the solutions, and it is more important for us to connect to each other, and especially this ASEAN Foundation can facilitate us to achieve better on that as well. And last things is about the how pandemic and its economy impacting the combating marine debris solutions, because the ASEAN Foundation asked me about how's the future challenges, and the pandemic really give a strong impact, because most of the community that live on the islands or the coastal area lost their income due to the tourism sectors is being banned, and now there's a lot of lots and lots of coastal area that is not being cleaned or being taken care of because of lack of economic income. Therefore, it is something that we need to focus on as well, and the effect of the impact of medical waste that increase, and also the plastic packaging that people think it is more hygiene, but it is actually can contain the virus up to 3 days, is actually something that we need to clarify and also to do a solutions about. And yeah, maybe the last thing that I'd like to also elaborate, it is important as well to educate more innovators, because if we see on the diffusion of innovations, we can see from the graph, if we educate more and more innovators, then the others will follow. And the policy will, the last thing they do is to make sure that those that is laggards or those that are neglecting or deny can actually follow because of the policy. So it is needs to be done hand in hand and comprehensively. I think that's all from me. And there's a lot of activity that you can follow as well as ASEAN youth, especially during this pandemic. The opportunity are open, doing advocacy on a world level, ASEAN level, through workshops. And then there's also the Global Plastic Action Partnership, where you also can join the Global Shapers from World Economic Forum. And also there is a National Plastic Action Partnership on several countries, where they already collaborate from each stakeholders. So for example, for summarizing it, the multi-stakeholder solutions on every level is something that we need to advocate on as well. Thank you very much, and looking forward for the discussions.
Wow, thank you so much, Ms. Fatinia, for the very beautiful speech. So, flashback to Dr. Wong Sok has mentioned earlier that youth engagement on environmental sector is very important, and it's very beautiful to see that so many youths are working together to make the environmental sectors become healthier and very great. And ladies and gentlemen, united we stand, divided we fall. This a kind of global issue cannot be solved by one country or one region alone, but everybody involvement is very important. So ladies and gentlemen and all delegates, we are now finished all four presentations from our panelists. So this is the Q&A sessions. So for delegates who are currently in the Zoom meeting right now, you can write down your question in the comment sections, or you can just straightly raise your hand so the moderator will unmute you and you are able to speak. And for other viewers from YouTube channel, you can also write down your comments in the comment section and we will moderate that. So this is the first question from Abdur from Indonesia, representing SGP in AFMAM 2020. So the question is to Ms. Swetinia regarding how do we implement and give the same quality access of sustainable waste management system to coastal area far from big city. So Ms. Swetinia, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Hi from Indonesia as well. That is actually a strong and hard question because we are still advocating on the solution as well. And it is really hard for the area that is not located in the big cities to get the access and also the facilities on waste management aspects. And therefore, a strong data and also a strong advocacy from local level and also the national level is really important. For example, the best practice that we can share in Indonesia, because we have the presidential decree on combating marine debris issue up until 2025, where the government, the national government committed on reducing the amount of marine debris up until 70%. It is actually can be translated into a special funding and also special program on each provinces and also each cities, which is actually accessible for other stakeholders, and also it's open for collaboration with private sectors, which is located on each area, and also the local government. And this needs the strong monitoring and evaluation from youth and also other NGOs, because it is actually accessible, but we need to deliver an effective and also a proper and appropriate solutions and actions up until 2025. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Patinia. So do we have any other questions from the delegates?
Certainly, I mean, there's no question yet. So with this, I just would like to share the response to Abdul's about how we implement and give the same quality access of sustainable waste management system to the area, to the remote area far from the big city. I think it's a very good question, but one thing to look at, I think this is about the opportunity. I see this rather than a complex issue. You start from the early stage of the waste management and youth engagement. I see this a great opportunity that easy to manage than you manage Jakarta or Bangkok or Hanoi, that more complex issue, because a lot of actors involved and the massive of waste production and so on. So I think this is a great opportunity for the youth to involve from the monitoring, baseline data collection, and also try to advocate more about what need to do better in terms of innovative and share solution with the public and the city themselves by local initiative or innovative. It's really helpful to this level of solid waste from that city. So I mean, identify this as an opportunity and find out what is the best way onward. And from the youth standpoint, I may say the youth engagement in the city planning and also innovative solution would be a great contribution. So end my point here. Back to you, Sudhani.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Wongsuk, for the elaboration. So right now we have another question from Ms. Karaninda. So the operator will unmute you and you're able to speak. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Karaninda. I'm from Indonesia. So I would like to ask to Dr. Mary Ain regarding to sustainable lifestyle. How can we as youth take part in approachment to small people or uneducated people regarding the sustainable lifestyle? Because in my point of view, they don't even have the awareness to care about marine debris. So what role can we take as youth to at least make them aware about a sustainable lifestyle? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Karaninda.
Thank you for the question. And it's of course a very difficult and complex question. And I think there are currently very few people that have managed to establish a truly sustainable lifestyle. We're not here yet in Scandinavia either. And I think it's important to establish connections between your actions and the environment. And I think in many modern societies now we are quite distant from the environment, and the linkages between our actions and the impacts can be very distant. So as you say, to establish awareness of what we do actually has an impact, perhaps not even in a neighborhood, but on an island far away. And to try to get an awareness of what you do actually impacts other items. And I think environmental education and environmental connectedness, trying to reconnect with the environment, even if you live in a city, if you're in urban areas, I think it's important to establish connections and to acknowledge that we are part of this very ecosystem that we are unsustainably impacting. And how to do that, I think it's very context dependent. I think maybe in Indonesia there are other cultural references or institutions that have these how these connections are established and how they can be strengthened. And I think you can probably connect with such as initiatives as Svetlana mentioned, very inspiring. But in all human societies, I think we are very connected to nature. We have been traditionally. This might have been weakened, but we just need to find a way back and to start there and try to think more closely of how we can live within this ecosystem as part of it and not as an external negative force on it. Okay. I understand that that doesn't answer your question, and I think we're still struggling with the same issues here in Norway, although we are recycling, but we're not reducing and refusing as much as we should. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Doctor. So there's another question from Christine. So the operator will unmute you and you're able to speak. Hello, Christine. So to save time, then I just go through another question first. So there's a question from Lim Chai from Cambodia. So the question is, when ASEAN is trying to spread the awareness of environmental protection and changing the social norm in the people level, what are the challenges ASEAN faces and how we tackle this challenge from the perspective of Dr. Wongsuk and Dr. Sarina? So first, I would like to invite Dr. Wongsuk to elaborate his point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sudhani, and thank you, Chai, for this great question. I mean, the awareness raising, it doesn't limit just only from whatever the initiative from ASEAN. So the awareness raising, it comes from different levels. So far, come from even civil society, even the local initiative. So the awareness raising, it just happen across the board. However, the acceptance change, that is still a matter. And I mean, awareness raising may not be enough because of the resistance. I mean, as presented by early speaker, the resistance and the culture of practice in ASEAN is quite different. And that's why we believe from early education would change the mindset of the people of ASEAN in the near future. One of the most important things to be noted is about the differences of ASEAN, diverse in terms of culture, education, economic background, and so on. That drive the thing quite different, and we work with the differences. That's why sometimes you may see it really slow process because we work with different. Imagine if you manage 10 people to make sure your house is clean in the 10 among yourself in 10 people. It's very difficult to manage, a few people. And this about 630 million people in ASEAN region. So they have different view, they have different education background, they have different sort of economic status. So the awareness raising and the accept change, it really matters. So it's still a challenge, and we need a collaborative approach from all people to involve. That's why we believe youth contribution is really important to reach out to different target people, because youth represent over 30% in ASEAN region. So we believe the 30% can mainstreaming this key message and make a difference. And that is what I can see the way we can address the challenge. Moreover, youth can also play important role in terms of identify opportunity and engage as much as you can, not only from the behavior change, but also from policy and politics of the pollution as well. So don't think about this, the government matter, but it's about your future. So if you involve early stage at the planning and policy formulation process, strategic development side of things, that's the way you can inform, you can influence the agenda of the government, not only from the people behavior standpoint, but also change a social norm, norm or practice. I mean, the social norm is really challenged right now as a new development challenge as well, with the new modern technology, new way of thinking, easy access to all those stuff, and modernization also. So that is involved. So we work again some of the new development, new emerging matter. So bear in mind, this is the way we are facing. So keep up good work and don't give up. That's my key message, and try to work with the differences. Thank you.
So much. Thank you so much, Dr. Wongsok. So Dr. Sarina, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you for the question. I totally agree with Dr. Wongsok, and also what Dr. Carlson mentioned just now. It is an education, and it is very important that we hit the children young. I think there's two parts to this. We need to have lots of youth driving initiatives on the ground, like Ms. Switenia did just now. I think that's really impressive. We need all of you to get out there and encourage the very young to get involved. I've been running a community program in Malaysia for the last 12 years, and we work with very young people. And I realized the youngest ones at 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, they are the ones who are actually paying attention, even though it looks like they're not. And they have the ability to drive their families, perhaps out of annoyance, to be more careful with their rubbish. And you can give simple, lures. You can tell them, look, you collect rubbish, you recycle it, you get a bit of income, you can go KFC, this kind of thing. So it's little things like this, but what the child then does is talks to his family and encourages, or at the end of the day forces everyone to listen to what he or she has to say. And it is small things like this that make a difference. We cannot wait for the policymakers. We cannot wait for the government to change laws. All of this has to run in conjunction together. So it is heartening to see that ASEAN is moving to do all of these things, and that perhaps the governments of every Southeast Asian country will pay heed and work together with us on that. But on the ground, this is where the youth are needed. So if you are a 7, 8, 9-year-old, 10-year-old, and you look up, you will look up to someone who is your age, in the early 20s and late teens, who is doing this kind of thing, and they will want to emulate you. They will want to do like you do. So I feel like the younger generation, all of you who are listening in, you need to do these programs on the ground where you are. Yes, it's important to put together policy and push it forward to the top, but you cannot neglect what's happening on the ground. I think Swetania, I'm sorry, I struggle with your name. Your project is amazing, and we need lots and lots of that. But you need to rope in the very young, and once you have them in and you teach them from young, even though their families may be telling them, "Oh, don't bother, it's okay, somebody will clean up after you," they will nag their mother, their father, their aunts, their brothers, their grandmothers, to do something slightly better, and it works. You just have to keep at it, and then you have all these little ones looking up to you and wanting to be as you do, you know, diving to pick up rubbish, coming up with new innovations to reduce the use of plastic, to say no to straws and all of this, and they will follow through. And this is where it's at. Grassroots work at the youngest levels. We need to put it into the education systems. If possible, ASEAN needs to dictate that all of our school syllabuses have it, not as a separate subject, but as part of every subject, so that it is inculcated into a child's psyche. It becomes a natural part of society. This needs to be done. But even as policy is being changed, even as syllabi are being rewritten, we need to have it happen on the ground, and we need young energy to do that. So all of you who are still considered youth, this is where we need to get you moving on the ground to make it happen. You guys can make it happen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sarina, for the very beautiful insight. So actually, we got another question from Harris from Indonesia, but because of time constraint, we are already running behind the schedule. So I would like to apologize for this, and we will move directly to the Q&A session on the poll. On a live poll session. So ladies and gentlemen, please use your device to log into menti.com, and our our operator will actually show the code. So you have to go to menti.com and then use the code 7005885 to access our questions. So ladies and gentlemen, have you access to the menti.com? Okay, great. I see there's like 13. So we will wait for the few more seconds, and then we will start the Q&A, the polling. So to those who are not logged into menti.com, please log into www.menti.com and use the code 7005885 to access to our poll. Now I've seen 23 people are on menti.com right now. Okay, now there are 34. So we will start when we reach around 40 people. Okay, so right now there are like 39. So I would like to ask the operator to start the live poll so that the audience can get access to the questions. Thank you. So the first question is 171% increase across 10 countries. Between 2016 and 2018, plastic waste imports increased. ASEAN action steps should be ARN. First is immediate and all member ban on plastic waste import. Another one would be a uniform limit on plastic waste imports across all ASEAN member states. Another one would be limits set by respective member states. Another one would be ASEAN agreement on plastic waste management and coordinations. And there are actually two more answers, but I've seen there's a lot of candidates who are answering and believing in the ASEAN Agreement on Plastic Waste Management Coordination. So I would like to invite our speakers. Do you have any objective on how the candidate view this? Please, Dr. Wong Sok.
Sorry, Danny, what is your question? I did not follow that.
So the candidates believe, a lot of candidates believe that ASEAN Agreement on Plastic Waste Management and Coordination are the steps that ASEAN should be taken to reduce the plastic waste. So what do you think about this?
Okay. I mean, thank you for support and share this view. This is really important for us to consider differently how we can move forward together in the form of a formal agreement. So the agreement consists of different things, depend on the further discussion and acceptance by the member state. It could be also the coordination with, for example, bordering country with the other facility in another country that can treat some of the solid waste or plastic waste in the way of to increase the economic of scale of the waste to energy. So that one way or another that can be facilitated, because the scale is a matter, because it's certain number of plastic waste may not be enough for treatment or for recycle. So that is need to be coordinated some way, somehow. And in order to pass that sort of business arrangement for ASEAN, it needs a form of agree approach and standard and so on, and protocol to make it more smooth and effective. That is the way. And with that, we believe also along the side, capacity building and information sharing, that could be important baseline.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Wong Sok, for the very beautiful remarks. So let's move to the next question. So the next question is, what would you support? Choose whichever applicable. So there's like 6 answers here. So which one do you think that you would like to support the most? There's like an ASEAN entity that coordinate and monitor plastic waste in the region. There's promotion of the circular economy approach in plastic waste management. There's formalization of the informal sector in plastic waste collections and management. And there are also development of capacity and skill in use in plastic waste related matters. And there's also information and opportunity for plastic waste collection and management for use, and use-led research and development on plastic waste solutions. So a lot of candidates, a lot of delegates are selecting the use-led research and information and opportunity and also promotion. So there's like several candidates are selecting a lot of initiatives. So what do you think, Dr. Marine? What do you think about this? So, Dr. Marine, what do you think about this? Okay, so since Dr. Marine, okay, so how about Miss Virginia? What do you think about the approach of the youth that they believe that the support that they really need in this sector? Miss Virginia?
Yeah, it is totally agreeable. It is something that we need to be open for the access more, because not every countries in our region can access and being accepted to collaborate and also to report about the data or the research that they done. So if the ASEAN Foundation can also, the ASEAN network can also support that, it will be a huge steps to make the change faster, and also to make those youth can be more collaborative, I guess.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bettina, for your remarks. So let's move to the next question, the third question. Can we have the third question, please? Okay, so since there are like only 2 questions right now, so I believe that the session, actually the 4 presentation and also the question and answer sessions, and there's also the live poll give you a lot of like insight and information regarding the marine plastic pollution. One of which would be the youth initiative. We believe that the youth initiative would be the most important and very crucial parts of implementing this kind of initiative. And there's also very beautiful to see the collaborations between ASEAN member states and also ASEAN +3 countries and also the East ASEANs. And we actually find it like very interactive to see the youth showing their different perspective on what support we should be implementing in order to turn the strategy and recommendation into action. So thank you so much. This is the end of my moderation right now. So I would like to wish every delegate very beautiful journey for AFMAM 2020, and wish you all the best and see you somewhere around. Thank you. Thank you so much. The floor is yours back, MC. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that, Sudhani. So that was an exciting talk show, and let's give a big thanks to our moderator and our speakers. And now I would like to ask you, our moderator and our speakers, to remain seated, as you will have a photo section in a breakout room. And now it's time for you delegates to have a 15-minute break. So we will be back at 2:50 to undergo 2 coaching sections in order to prepare you for role playing as officials in the simulation the day after. And for now, enjoy your break.